to succeed. Welcome to the BBA program at St. Joseph's. Degree in International Knowledge for future business. Leaders are shaped. Learning goes beyond classrooms. Helping you build skills. Confidence. Every tree begins with a decision. A decision to learn. A decision to learn. And a decision to succeed. Welcome to the BBA program at St. Joseph's. Degree in International Knowledge for future business. Leaders are shaped. Learning goes beyond classrooms. Helping you build skills. Confidence. And a strong foundation for the future. Behind every successful student there is a team of dedicated members. At St. Joseph's, our faculty regularly comes together. Discussions to design updated curriculum, innovative teaching methods. They study industry trends to understand corporate expectations and ensure that student receives practical and relevant knowledge. Our professors are not just teachers, they are mentors, and leaders who support every step of the journey. In BBA Business Analytics, you learn to understand and analyze data using tools like Excel and SPSS. You will transform numbers into meaningful insights and smart business decisions. This program prepares you to solve real-world problems in data-driven profession. In BBA Information Technology, business means online technology. You will learn database systems, business applications, digital operations. This program helps you become a bridge between business and fast-growing digital marketing. In BBA Financial Markets, explore the world of finance and investments. Learn stock trading, financial management, and portfolio management to build a strong career in finance. BBA General builds a strong foundation in marketing, finance, and human resources. It develops leadership, communication, and business skills to succeed in your future. In BBA Business Intelligence, you learn to understand business data, turn it into user insights. Using modern business management, you will analyze performance and support smart decisions. This program prepares you for performance. We'll help you get better and faster business Students life at St. Joseph's is vibrant and engaging. From group discussions and presentations to seminars and activities, every moment is important. You build friendships, confidence, and skills that prepare you for continued success. But with confidence, intelligence, I'm just BBA at St. Joseph's Your success begins decision to learn, a decision to lead, and a decision to succeed. Welcome to the BBA program at St. Joseph's. Degree in International Knowledge for future business. Leaders are shaped. Learning goes beyond classrooms, helping you build skills, confidence, and a strong foundation for the future. Behind every successful student, there is a team of dedicated members. At St. Joseph's, our faculty regularly come together. Discussions to design updated curriculum, You will learn database systems, business applications, and digital operations. This program helps you become a bridge between business management and fast-growing digital world. In BBA Financial Markets, explore the world of finance and investments. Learn stock trading, financial planning, and portfolio management to build a strong career in finance. BBA General builds a strong foundation in management, marketing, finance, and human resources. It develops leadership, communication, and business skills to succeed in any field. In BBA Business Intelligence, you learn to understand business data and turn it into useful insights. Using modern tools and dashboards, you will analyze performance and support smart decision making. This program prepares you to help companies grow by making better and faster business decisions. Student life at St. Joseph's is vibrant and engaging. From group discussions and presentations to seminars and activities, every moment helps you.
May I request all of you to please settle down. Kindly take your seats. Request all the students also to settle down, please.
नहीं सर लाइट नहीं है सर इधर उनके बहुत अच्छे रेट
Sakin, can you settle down? All of you, all of you. Tanya. Matthew, you also have to settle down. If there are no seats, please go outside if there are no seats. Otherwise, find a seat. Komal, can you sit down? Okay. As the dignitaries arrive, may I request all of you to kindly rise to your feet. with great respect, we invite our esteemed dignitaries for the inaugural ceremony of the International Conference. Kindly be seated. Thank you. Innovation without ethics is directionless, and progress without sustainability is meaningless. Good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pride and honor and a deep sense of privilege to welcome this august gathering to the 3-day International Conference on Leveraging Digital Innovations for Ethical and Sustainable Management Practice. This prestigious conference is being held on 30th and 31st March 2026 and 1st April 2026 under the esteemed banner of St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. Today we are not merely inaugurating a conference, we are setting the stage for transformative ideas, meaningful dialogue and global collaboration. Over the next 3 days, this platform will bring together distinguished academicians, researchers, industry experts and thoughtful leaders, all united in exploring how digital innovation can drive ethical and sustainable management practices. I am Professor Dr. Dhanam from the Department of Business Management, and I feel honored to serve as your host for today's inaugural ceremony. Every meaningful beginning seeks divine blessings. As we embark on this journey of knowledge and insight, let us invoke the grace of the Almighty. Where there is light, there is wisdom, and where there is wisdom, there is progress. I now invite Anadonmi, our college choir, to present the prayer song. May I request all of you to stand to your feet.
God is
Thank you, dear students, for that soulful and prayerful rendition. It has truly filled this gathering with a sense of peace, positivity, and divine grace. To celebrate the spirit of culture and creativity, we present a semi-classical welcome dance by our students. This performance gracefully blends classical roots with modern expression, symbolizing unity, elegance, and a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. Thank you for that soulful invocation. Your grace and energy have truly made this welcome special and memorable. We now move on to a sacred and symbolic tradition, the lighting of the lamp. The lamp symbolizes the removal of darkness and ignorance and the illumination of knowledge, truth, and wisdom. As the flame is lit, let it remind us that the knowledge has the power to enlighten minds and transform lives. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chief Patron, Archbishop of Hyderabad, Chairman Hayes, Monsignor Balashwari, Patron, Vice Chairman Hayes, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, Chief Guest, Co-Founder, Mind Hacks, Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Guest of Honor, Executive Director, AIMS, Professor D. Sri Ramlu, Guest of Honor, Dean, Faculty of Business Management, Osmania University, Dr. ULTP Priyamati Gunashekari, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, Osmania University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Keynote Speaker, Dean, Center for Teaching and Learning, Maharashtra, Reverend Father Anthony Sagaracha, Principal, Reverend Father A. Khan, Vice Principal. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the dais. His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chief Patron, Archbishop of Hyderabad and Chairman Hayes, Monsignor Balashwari, Patron, Vice Chairman Hayes, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph's, Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, Chief Guest, Co-Founder, MindAx, Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Guest of Honor, Executive Director, AIMS, Professor D. Sri Ramlu, Guest of Honor, Dean, Faculty of Business Management, Osmania University, Dr. ULTP Priyamati Gunashekari, Special Invitee, Professor, Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Keynote Speaker, Dean, Center for Teaching and Learning, B School, Mumbai, Maharashtra, Reverend Father Anthony Sagaracha, Principal, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Reverend Father A. Pranit, Vice Principal, St. Joseph Degree and PG College. Let us welcome them with a big round of applause. As we now move on to a special and meaningful segment of today's program, the Sapling presentation ceremony. Presenting a sapling is a beautiful gesture of welcome and respect. It symbolizes not only a warm hospitality, but a heartfelt wish for growth, prosperity, and lasting association with our esteemed guests. Though this small yet significant gesture, we express our sincere gratitude for your gracious presence. May I now request Monsignor Balashwari, Patron, Vice Chairman Hayes, to kindly present a sapling to His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chief Patron, Archbishop of Hyderabad and Chairman Hayes, as a token of our warm welcome and deep respect. Thank you very much, Father. I now request Reverend Father Anthony Sagaracha, Principal, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to present a sapling to Monsignor Balashwari, Patron, Vice Chairman Hayes, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph's, as a gesture of a heartfelt welcome. Thank you, Father. May I request our Principal to welcome Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, Chief Guest, as a gesture of a warm welcome. And our request our Vice Principal to present a sapling to Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Guest of Honor, as a mark of our respect and appreciation. Thank you, Father. I invite Professor N. Srinivas to present a sapling to Senior Professor D. Sri Ramlu, Guest of Honor, as a token of our sincere regards. Thank you, sir. I request the Vice Principal to present the sapling to Dr. ULTP Priyamati Gunashekari, special invitee, as a token of our appreciation and welcome. May I request our principal to present a sapling to Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, keynote speaker, as a gesture of our warm welcome. May these saplings grow and flourish just like our association and shared vision. Let us give a big round of applause as we express our gratitude and welcome to our esteemed dignitaries. To enlighten us about the conference and objectives and significance, I now invite Professor N. Srinivas, convener of the conference, to deliver the convener's address.
Your Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Archbishop of Hyderabad, Chairman Hayes, our esteemed Chief Patron, Monsignor Balashwari, Vice Chairman of Hayes, Director and Correspondent of this institution, our revered patron, Reverend Father Anthony Sagiraja, our beloved Principal, Reverend Father A. Pranik, our Vice Principal, Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, Co-founder MindX, and our distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Executive Director, AIMS, Professor D. Ramlu, Dean Faculty of Business Management, Osmania University, Dr. ULTP Gunashekari, Professor University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Dean Center for Teaching and Learning, V School, Mumbai, distinguished delegates, teaching, faculty, colleagues, research scholars, and dear students, a very warm and respectable good morning to each one of you. It is a profound honor and a deeply humbling privilege for me to stand before this distinguished gathering as a convener of 3-day international conference on leveraging the digital innovations for ethical and sustainable management practices, ICLDI 2026, jointly organized by departments of Business Management and Computer Science in collaboration with Association of Indian Management Schools, Department of Business Management, Osmania University, Department of Business Management, Kongu Engineering College, Coimbatore. Academicians, we gather today not merely as academicians, researchers, and industry professionals. We gather as stewards of rapidly transforming world, charged with the responsibility of ensuring that breathtaking pace of digital change is matched equally by the depth of our ethical convictions and sincerity, our commitment to sustainability. The theme of this conference, leveraging the digital innovations for ethical and sustainable management practices, is not a subject chosen for its contemporary appeal alone. It is all a call and consensus. We live in an age where the artificial intelligence rewrites job descriptions overnight, where the blockchain is redefining trust in financial systems, and where the big data is reshaping the marketing, human resource management, entrepreneurship alike. The objective that I have guided the design and direction of this conference are built around 4 core aspirations. The first, to build knowledge at the intersection of technology and management, facilitating rigorous academic, applied research, dialogue on how the digital tools such as AI, ML, blockchain, data analytics, digital marketing, and fintech are transforming the core business functions. So, over the course of the 3 enriching days, 30, 31st March and 1st April, the conference unfolds across carefully curated series of sessions, an inaugural session, panel discussion, technical paper presentations, and a valedictory session, concluding with the city tour for our outstation and international guests. The sub-themes traversed across these sessions span the breadth of the modern management inquiry, from digital governance and fintech to AI-powered HR practices, for sustainable entrepreneurship to ethical brand building in the digital marketplace, and from data-driven decision-making to cybersecurity and forensic account. This conference would not have been possible without the visionary leadership of His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony and the steadfast support of Monsignor Balashwari. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Principal, Reverend Father Anthony Sagaraja, and Vice Principal, Reverend Father A. Pranit, for their unwavering encouragement and institutional support. My heartfelt thanks to the co-conveners, Mr. P. Ganesh Anand and Dr. M. Kiran Jyoti, and our dedicated organizing secretaries, Professor R. Anita, Dr. Samira, Mr. Shailaja, Ms. Sandhya, whose tireless efforts have brought this vision to life. I am deeply grateful to our distinguished chief guest of honor, special invitee, keynote speaker, for graciously accepting our invitation for enriching this conference with their invaluable expertise. A special word of appreciation for our faculty, non-teaching staff, and above all, our students, whose energy, creativity, and dedication have been the soul of every preparation of this event. As I conclude, I invite each one of you to engage with this conference, not merely as an observer, but as an active participant in shaping the future of ethical, sustainable management. Let the discussions that unfold over the next 3 days spark ideas that travel back with you to your classrooms, boardrooms, and research laboratories, and translate into actions that makes our organizations, our communities, and our world more just, more human, more sustainable. The true measure of digital progress is not sophistication of our algorithms, but the depth of humanity. On behalf of St. Joseph Degree in PG College, the entire organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to ICLDI 2026. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor, for clearly outlining the goals and purpose of this conference. Your insights have given us a meaningful direction for the sessions ahead. We now proceed with the addresses by our esteemed dignitaries. I now invite Mrs. Sandhya, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to present the profile of our Principal, Reverend Father Anthony Sagaraja.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure to present the profile of our beloved Principal, Reverend Father Anthony Sagaraja. Father Anthony Sagaraja has 16 years of teaching experience. He holds a MA degree from Osmania University and MPhil degree from Madurai Kamaraja University. He was a principal of St. Mary's Centenary Junior College, Secunderabad. He was a principal of St. Joseph's Junior College, Tirmalgiri. Presently, he is the principal of this prestige college. Beyond administration, he is actively involved in intellectual and spiritual formation. He conducts orientation programs, motivational talks, communication lectures, and spiritual conferences, demonstrating his commitment to holistic development, both human and spiritual. Thank you.
May I now respectively invite Reverend Father Anthony Sagaraja, Principal, to deliver welcome address.
Very respected His Eminence Cardinal Anthony Pula, Chairman Hayes, Reverend Monsignor Balashwari, Vice Chairman Hayes, Reverend Father Pranit, our Vice Principal, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished international and national speakers, esteemed academicians, members of the organizing committee, faculty, dear students and participants. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 3-day international conference on leveraging digital innovation for ethical and sustainable management practices, organized by the Department of Business Management and Computer Science at St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. We are truly privileged to host such an intellectually vibrant gathering of scholars, practitioners, and thought leaders from diverse backgrounds and geographics. Your presence adds great value to this conference and reflects the importance of collaborative knowledge sharing in today's interconnected world. In an era driven by rapid technological advancement, the challenge before us is not just innovation, but responsible and ethical innovation. The theme of this conference is both timely and relevant as it emphasizes the need to align digital transformation with the sustainability and ethical practices. As an institution, we are committed to fostering academic excellence, research orientation, and value-based education. This conference serves as a platform to encourage dialogue, exchange ideas, and explore innovative solutions to the contemporary global challenges. Over the next 2 days, I am confident that the sessions will provide deep insights, stimulate critical thinking, and inspire meaningful research collaborations. I encourage all the participants to actively engage in discussions, share perspectives, and make the most of this academic forum. Once again, I take this opportunity to appreciate the relentless efforts of the conveners, co-convener, organizing committee, faculty members, and student volunteers whose dedication has made this event possible. Your teamwork and commitment are truly commendable. Having said that, once again, I extend a cordial welcome to all the distinguished guests, participants, and I wish the conference a grand success. God bless you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring words. We now arrive at a significant milestone of this conference, the official release of the conference proceedings. This DVD encapsulates the valuable research, insights, and academic contributions presented here. I request our honorable dignitaries to kindly release the conference proceedings. It can go a little louder, please. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you to our esteemed dignitaries for releasing the conference proceedings. This marks a proud and memorable moment for all of us. May I now invite Brother Calvin Kenneth to present the profile of His Eminence, Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chief Patron, Archbishop of Hyderabad, and Chairman Hayes.
Good morning, one and all. With immense joy and deep respect, it is my proud privilege to introduce His Eminence Cardinal Anthony Pula, the Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad, a distinguished leader of the Church, known for his profound pastoral zeal and unwavering commitment to the upliftment of the poor. Born on 15th November 1961 in Chindukur village, Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, he discerned his vocation at a young age and was ordained a priest on 20th February 1992 for the Diocese of Kadapa. Through years of dedicated service in various pastoral and administrative roles, including ministry in the United States, he emerged as a compassionate and visionary shepherd. In 2008, he was appointed the Bishop of Kurnool by Pope Benedict XVI. His episcopal motto, "Good News to the Poor," beautifully reflects his deep commitment to education, social transformation, and faith formation, especially among the marginalized. In 2020, he was appointed the Metropolitan Archbishop of Hyderabad by Pope Francis, and in 2022, he was elevated to the College of Cardinals, becoming the first Telugu Cardinal, which is a moment of immense pride for the Church in India. A gifted composer and singer of devotional music, His Eminence is also a visionary leader who has initiated numerous pastoral and developmental programs. He serves as the chairman of the Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, contributing significantly to the advancement of quality education. His Eminence is the president of the Telugu Catholic Bishops' Conference, and recently, on 7th February 2026, he was appointed as the president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of India, reflecting the great trust placed on his leadership at the national level.
Thank you, brother. With great honor and reverence, I invite His Eminence, Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chief Patron, Archbishop of Hyderabad, and Chairman Hayes to bless the gathering with his gracious address.
The mic will function only for female. So I am very happy to be here in this hall. I feel you are so naive and little bit sleepy mode, you know. So can we do little exercise? Hi? No, you have to say hello now, this Wi-Fi. Hi? Hello? Hi? Hello. Very good. So, first of all, I would like to request all of you to give a nice round of applause for our institution, for our corresponding principal, vice principal, and all the dignitaries. Respected Monsignor Balashwari, our beloved Vicar General of Archdiocese of Hyderabad and Vice Chairman of Hayes, the correspondent of this college, Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, the principal of this college, degree and PG, Vice Principal Father Anit, dear Reverend dignitaries on the stage. I know some of them in few meetings in these 5 years. I met them several occasions. Dear professors and students, in an age where machines grow in intelligence, the true measure of humanity is whether we grow in wisdom, compassion, and responsibility. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed academicians, eminent industry leaders, respected faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students, a very warm and gracious welcome to each one of you. It is both an honor and a profound privilege to address this august gathering at the International Conference on Leveraging Digital Innovations for Ethical and Sustainable Management Practices 2026, hosted by St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the management, our dedicated faculty, and the organizing team. Your vision, commitment, and tireless efforts have transformed an idea into a powerful global platform, a space where knowledge meets purpose and innovation meets responsibility. Dear friends, we stand today at the crossroads of an extraordinary era, an era where technology is no longer a mere tool. It is a force that shapes decisions, transforms industries, redefines relationships, and quietly but powerfully influences the destiny of humanity. Yet, in the midst of this rapid transformation, a deeper and more urgent question confronts us. Are we shaping technology with wisdom? Or are we allowing technology to shape us without reflection? The theme of this conference is not just relevant, it is essential. It calls us to rise above mere advancement and enter into responsible innovations. To leverage digital innovations is not simply to adopt them, it is to govern them with conscience. It is to build systems that are not only intelligent but just. To design solutions that are not only efficient but inclusive. To pursue progress that is not only rapid but righteous. Because when innovations loses its ethical foundation, progress can become privilege, growth can become imbalance, and advancement can quietly erode the very dignity it was meant to enhance. Today, we celebrate remarkable breakthroughs, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, and beyond. But alongside these achievements, we must also confront critical realities, questions of privacy, widening inequalities, ethical dilemmas, environmental impact, and the displacement of human roots. Let us be clear, these are not failures of technology, they are reflections of human choices. And therefore, the responsibility does not lie in algorithms, it lies in us. At St. Joseph's, we believe education is not merely the transmission of knowledge, but the formation of character. It is about nurturing minds that think critically, hearts that feel deeply, and leaders who act with integrity. This conference stands as a living expression of that mission, where intellect is illuminated by values, where innovation is anchored in ethics, and where excellence is guided by purpose. Dear scholars, your research will shape ideas. Dear industry leaders, your decisions will shape systems. Dear students, your dreams will shape the future. You are not just participants in this moment. You are the architects of what is to come. So as we begin this journey together, let us not be overwhelmed by the power of technology, but be inspired by the power of human choice. Let this conference be more than an exchange of knowledge. Let it be a moment of awakening, a space not only for a discussion, but for discernment. Not only for innovation, but introspection. not only for solutions, but for responsibility. Let us dare to ask not just what can we create, but what should we create? Not just what is possible, but what is right. And as I conclude, let me leave you with a thought. The greatest achievement of our time will not be the intelligence of our machines, but the depth of our humanity within them. Not the speed of our progress, but the direction of our purposes. Not the height of our success, but the integrity with which we rise. With great pride and hope, I wish this conference every success. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
We sincerely thank you, Your Eminence, for your gracious and inspiring address. Your words have truly enriched this gathering and left us with deep insight and encouragement. Thank you. I now invite Mrs. Salome Ronald, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Management, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to present the profile of Monsignor Y. Balashwari, Patron, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph Degree and PG College.
Good morning, everyone. I feel honored and privileged to present the profile of Reverend Monsignor Y. Balashwari, Vicar General, Archdiocese of Hyderabad, Vice Chairman, Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. Reverend Monsignor Y. Balashwari, a devoted and a dynamic priest of Archdiocese of Hyderabad. Father holds academic degrees in philosophy, theology, a bachelor's of education, and master's degree in political science and mass communication. With over 3 decades of dedicated priestly service, Father has faithfully served the Church in various capacities, including parish priest, principal, rector, dean, and continues to be a pastoral and administrative pillar as the current Vicar's Journal of the Archdiocese of Hyderabad. Father also serves as the Vice Chairman of the Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society and Director and Correspondent of this esteemed college. Monsignor Balashwari has rendered long and committed service in numerous parishes, playing a vital role in pastoral care and evangelization. As a visionary leader and administrator, Father has spearheaded significant restoration and development projects at St. Mary's Basilica and St. Joseph's Cathedral. A gifted musician and author, Father has produced 6 devotional music albums and authored 2 notable books, Enduring Journey, History of St. Mary's Basilica, and Engage, Educate, Empower, Elevating and Empowering Minds. Father has been honored with prestigious Vidya Shiromina Award and holds a diploma in Karnataka classical music. Admired for his deep faith, pastoral zeal, and unwavering commitment to education and evangelization, Monsignor Balashwari continues to inspire many through his leadership services and vision for the Church and society. Thank you.
With great respect, I now request Monsignor Y. Balashwari to address the gathering.
The future will not be decided by technology. It will be decided by the courage of those who choose how to use it. His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, our beloved Archbishop and the Chairman of Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, our beloved Principal, Reverend Father Sagai Raja, Vice Principal, Father Praneeth, distinguished guests, respected academicians, industry leaders across the countries, faculty members, and my dear students, a very warm and energetic welcome to all of you. Today I stand before you with a simple message. This is not just a conference. This is a moment of decision. We are living in a time where technology is no longer in the background. It is at the center of everything. It shapes how we think, how we work, and how we live. But let me ask you something, and I want you to really think about it. If technology becomes more powerful every day, we are becoming more responsible every day. Because power without responsibility is dangerous. And progress without purpose is empty. The theme of this conference, leveraging digital innovation for ethical and sustainable management practices, is not just an action or it is an academic idea. It is a wake-up call. It calls us to use technology not just for growth but for good. Not just for efficiency but for equity. Not just for success, but for sustainability. It challenges to ensure that innovation does not leave people behind. That progress does not widen the gap between the privileged and the powerless. That development does not come at the cost of our planet. Because, let us be honest, technology has the power to transform lives, but it also has the power to divide them. And the difference lies in our choices. Every algorithm we design, every system we build, every decision we take is shaping the world someone else will live in. Dear students, don't just aim for success, aim for significance. The world needs not just knowledge of technology, but its purposeful use. Dear researchers, don't just create knowledge, create impact. Let your ideas go beyond the papers and transform lives. Dear leaders and professionals, don't just lead with integrity. The future will remember not what you built, but how you built it. Over the next 2 to 3 days, I challenge each one of you, don't just attend, engage fearlessly, don't just listen, question boldly, don't just learn, decide what kind of future you stand for. Because when this conference ends, the real work begins. And let me leave you with this final thought. Technology will shape the future, but only people with vision, courage, and values will shape it for the better. Thank you, and we sincerely appreciate all our faculty members, especially the Department of Management and Computer Science, for organizing and taking so much of initiative to organize such a beautiful program. And I wish all of you a truly powerful and transformative conference. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Father, for your insightful address. We are truly grateful for your words and guidance which have enriched this occasion. May I now invite Mrs. Shweta, Placement Officer, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to present the profile of Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, Chief Guest for the International Conference.
A
very good morning to one and all. It is my privilege to introduce the profile of today's chief guest, Mr. Amit Kumar Soni. Mr. Amit Kumar Soni is a co-founder of MindAx.ai. He is an AI transformation advisor and ICF PCC certified leadership coach working at the intersection of AI, neuroscience, and his mindfulness to shape the future of learning and leadership. With over 19 years of experience across industry, he has worked in companies like PepsiCo, Salesforce, Expedia, Wipro, and L&T. He has led large-scale transformations that combine technology with human potential to create measurable business impact. His work is deeply rooted in research. Mr. Amit is currently pursuing a PhD focused on responsible AI and neuroscience-driven behavior change, along with a postgraduate specialization in artificial intelligence and machine learning from the University of Texas. His approach blends science with real-world application, helping organizations build AI-powered learning ecosystems, strengthen focus and resilience, and enable sustainable habit formation in a fast-changing world. Mr. Amit has been recognized as one of the top leaders in AI-driven learning and has received multiple global awards, including AI Learning Leader of the Year and L&D Leadership Awards. He has won over 10 industry recognitions for innovation in AI, learning, and leadership. And Mr. Amit regularly speaks at global forums on the future of work. Mr. Amit's mission is simple yet powerful. His mission is to impact 5 million minds by helping people learn better, lead better, and live better. Thank you.
It is now my privilege to invite Mr. Amit Kumar Soni, chief guest for the International Conference, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here, and due respect with all dignitaries and everyone, all professors, all the students. I would like to start with asking one simple question. And since all of you are here, and I really appreciate the topic we are talking about, sustainability and the ethical side of the digital interventions, right? Because nobody is talking about. So one question for everyone here, whether you are a professor, whether you are a student, whether you are you using AI or AI is using you? Simple, right? If you are able to answer these questions, this is the right stage for you. Because what is happening is AI is every day is running 100 times faster than human mind, right? Because it's understand the language of 0-1. You upload one PDF and you ask any questions, easy, right? Think about human. We still write pen and paper using your hand because we need some space to understand. Our neurons need some space and time because that has been evaluation. And because of this space, the steadiness which we need, and AI is working very fast, the gap is created, right? The huge gap is created. And that is where exactly ethical side of AI will play a very magical role. So I always say that AI is a Ferrari car. Human needs to learn how to ride the Ferrari with the speed it is required because it runs very fast. But when we say human need to ride the Ferrari, but do we have a road to ride the Ferrari? That is exactly you need to build up using ethical side of the AI, the governance, the responsible AI. So I've been talking of many forums and I've been training a lot of folks specifically on the student communities. One thing you need to understand very clearly, we are living in the world of AI and you cannot get rid of it. Specifically, have you seen your kids, like very small kids are using their phone very fastly, they learn everything and they try to educate you because their adaptability, right? Because neuroplasticity, there is a word called adaptability. They learn very fast by design their mind. So once you grow by 16 years onwards, what happens? The learnability index getting down. Because of that, you learn with some specific speed. But AI demands to learn very fast speeds. And that is where these gaps are very important right now. You need to understand. one thing I would like to start seeding in your mind is AI is nothing but a technology. It's all about mindset. It is not about tool. Because if you are thinking AI is just ChatGPT, oh, I use ChatGPT and I can solve any problem, AI has been there for last 40 years, right? Most of you watch Netflix, even all of those machine learning courses. So think about Netflix recommending the top series, top program, which is also AI, right? Hey Siri, hey Google, which is also AI, which has been there before generative AI. So last 2 years, why it has been so popular? Can anybody tell me please? Why last 2 years AI burst like anything? Centrogy, yes. Before 2 years, before ChatGPT launched in 2022, AI has to learn through coding, which is not human learn. You have to do coding. But today you just ask in Telugu, you will get the answer. You have something in. So adaptability runs when you are getting lazy, right? Now you can speak and you can type, you just type. So humans are getting into the space of getting outside of their critical thinking and problem solving abilities. What is happening is when you ask, so I have a 9-year-old daughter, right? One day I observed her, she was solving maths questions. She was just taking the photograph of the maths homework and asking co-pilot, can you solve it? And she is writing the answers itself. I said, what? Papa, I am getting all the answers. I said, really? So that day I asked her, can you do it without AI? Papa, I can't. I have to learn. That I have to learn is getting missed somewhere. Because we have everything in hand. Right? Mobile. And mobile is a part of daily life. And ChatGPT is free. So, I'm not here to give you all of this. I'm just trying to evoke that one awareness which is very much required for ethical side of the AI. Why? Because ethical and governance and responsible and I was talking to Mr. Rao, right? Because one thing is going to be very challenging very soon is where is your data is going, you know, you're not aware of it, and who is using your data is you're not aware of it, right? Specifically in the space of school education, college education system, when you are inventing something today, nowadays what is happening, you know what? You are getting 10 or 50 products out of India in the space of AI, you can create the product in 5 minutes. I'm talking about AI products. There's a lot of companies using vibe coding, there are a lot of methods are there right now, but is it sustainable? So I would like to end this particular thought for you. This always remember, whenever you are thinking about, is it I am using that AI, which means you are putting mind first, right? Okay, I have a control of what is I am doing it. So there is required to have some kind of gaps in between. So for example, I have seen, I've worked in the corporate where people are working for 18 hours. And everything is AI first organizations. They are asking everything in the code, ChatGPT is Claude and everything. But the biggest challenge I have seen is they are losing gradually with their critical thinking, right? So that critical thinking, emotional intelligence, problem solving abilities can be speed up but cannot be replaced using AI, right? So with all the students, I only have one request for all of you is, whenever you are using AI, always be mindful about whether you are using or AI is using you. If you are able to find that gap or that understanding, that will really help you to make that better innovative products. With that, thank you so much everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful address. Your words have truly motivated us all. I now invite Mrs. Prashanti, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Management, St. Joseph Dixie and PG College, to present the profile of Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, our esteemed guest of honor.
Good morning everyone present here. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, a visionary academic leader in management education. Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Executive Director, Association of Indian Management Schools, is a renowned academic leader, researcher, and institution builder with nearly 35 years of experience in academics, research, and industry. He is respected for his contributions to management education in India, focusing on academic excellence, leadership, and industry collaboration. His expertise includes quality assurance, outcome-based education, human resources, leadership, and entrepreneurship, key areas for developing future-ready management professionals. As Executive Director of the Association of Indian Management Schools, one of India's largest B-school networks, he plays a crucial role in enhancing management education across the country. Under his leadership, AIMS engages in policy dialogue, knowledge sharing, industry connections, and global partnerships, helping these schools adopt innovation, align with reforms, and prepare graduates for global leadership. As a researcher and mentor, he has guided 8 doctoral scholars and published over 50 papers on human resources, leadership, and entrepreneurship, focusing on practical frameworks for organizational challenges. He blends research with insights for industry and policy. He is a board member of the NHRD Network, Hyderabad, and has contributed to HR practices. His involvement with the Hyderabad Management Association further highlights his engagement with leaders and policymakers. Beyond roles, he is a recognized thought leader and mentor, shaping management education, promoting global best practices, and encouraging youth entrepreneurship and leadership. Thank you.
With immense pleasure and respect, I now invite Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, guest of honor, to deliver his address.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, the delegates, the faculty and the students. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me for this 3-day conference. And I also compliment the team for conceptualizing a nice conference, a 3-day conference on the relevant theme, the contemporary theme, and also the sub-themes has been designed very professionally. It's highly appreciable. Nowadays we are seeing most of the conferences are in the hybrid mode, but whereas this is a physical conference, a lot of paper presentations, a lot of thought leaders are going to be there, and appreciate and congratulate all of you. Before speaking something, let me just give a brief about Association of Indian Management Schools, which is one of the largest B-school network in the world. Currently, we have more than 700 business schools in the country. Are the members, including the IIMs, ISB, and most of the premier business schools are the members. Our main role is on the policy advocacy. We represent the concerns and causes of the business schools to the regulatory authorities. One example, when ACT has made a compulsory that all the BPA and BCA institutions should be part of ACT, then we represented the ACT and requested them for extension of the date as well as setting up of the nodal centers. Last year also we requested, based on our request only, the ACT has extended the date and changed the academic calendar. Now we are also actively working on giving a representation to the ministry on setting up of an exclusive board of management studies in the country. We have the pharmacy council, we have a architecture council, we have some separate councils for everything, but there is no separate vertical for the management education. What we do at AIMS, it is a purely not-for-profit and supports the institutions by giving a liberal funding for organizing the various events, for conferences, workshops, faculty development program, etc. For a faculty also, we conduct faculty development programs. We give research grant. We call it as ARIF, AIMS Research Institutional Funding. Every year we give we identify 6 scholars, we give 1 lakh rupees as a research fund. There is a lot of competition for it, and within 2 years they are supposed to submit the report. And also we, at various reasons, we conduct the various faculty development programs and various activities. The third one for the students also, we organize various webinars, various sessions on the contemporary management themes. We have our flagship activity called AIMS Annual Convention, wherein we conduct various competitions for faculty, institutions, for innovations, the business school directors as best business school director and faculty, and we recognize the eminent faculty members, the best faculty, and Professor Ramlu was one of the recipient of the best faculty award a couple of years back at Meerut. Like that, every year we recognize the best faculty, best young faculty, and student research papers. Lot of activities we do. I request the faculty members, students, and the institutional heads, please, utilize the opportunities and be active, because we feel that this particular part of the country is not so actively engaged and involved in this process, and our national secretariat is in Hyderabad, and we are ready to help you in all respects. Coming forward, see the theme on the leveraging after Amit's talk. It's difficult to speak, but I wanted to do it in a different way. The leveraging digital innovations for ethical and sustainable management practices is not just relevant, it is an urgent thing. We are living in a time where technology is advancing faster than our ability to regulate it, and where businesses are being judged not only by profits but by their purpose and principles. I have a question for the faculty as well as the students. Can our management graduates move beyond seeking jobs and start creating enterprises that are ethical, sustainable, and digitally empowered? That is the order of the day now. My talk is going to be in 5 points. You need to have a shift in the mindset. Don't look at only the job and only look at the corporate career, happy, we can enjoy. No, please have a shift in the mindset. Then traditionally we all, I was also director of a business school, we were all trying to guide the students and motivate the students to take up a corporate job. But the world today needs something more. It needs responsible creators of the value. Digital innovation has democratized entrepreneurship. You don't require heavy capital. You don't need large infrastructure. You don't even need a physical office. What you need? Ability to solve a problem. When Amit was saying his young daughter is using AI for a solution, I consider it as solving a problem. I mean, in a different way. Right? So, and a digital tool to scale it. You need to be a problem solver. Look at a problem, how to solve. If you look at the problem in a bigger scale, you will not be able to survive and sustain. And you don't even need a physical office, and you require a strong ethical foundation. Technology has reduced the cost of starting a business, but has increased the responsibility of running one with ethically. That is the most important part. Daily digital discipline. Manage your time, manage your finances, organize the learning, build the professional networks. Some of you are very strong in the professional networking. Social networking is different from the professional networking, whereas in the professional networking, you will be able to understand the needs and requirements of the various people, how they think, how they solve the problems, how they look at the issue in a different perspective. So, a student who uses digital budgeting today can manage businesses, cash flows tomorrow. Ethics is an important part. Access to the data, ability to influence behavior, reach to the millions. As a future entrepreneurs, the students must ask, am I using customer data responsibly? The same thing just now Amit also said. We do not know what is going to happen to our data. Yes, we have to use the data responsibly, because now there is an act called DPDP Act, which is going to control and monitor the usage of the data. Without the permission of the user, customer, you are not supposed to use the data. Use penalty for the up to 250 crores. Without the consent, you cannot use it. So, am I using the customer data responsibly? Am I being transparent in what is sell? Am I building trust or exploiting the attention? Trust is the new currency. Sustainability is, as a business opportunity, digital innovation allows students to build eco-friendly product brands. Lot of people are now coming to eco-friendly product. One of our neighbors said, I wanted some space. I wanted to develop some eco-friendly product. Just, I don't require anything else. Just 100, 150 square feet of the space so that I can do it from my home. Create zero waste supply chains. No, large supply chains are not required. Use platforms to promote conscious consumption. Imagine, as a student, starting a sustainable fashion brand online. Most of you are doing it, right? You can also do. Some of my students also, when they were studying, used to sell the fashionable items like the chains and the beads and other things online. Using a digital platform. There is no shop, no big infrastructure, because this is sustainability and using the digital innovation. A service that reduces food wastage using the data. I hope you all seen there is an app in the app, either in the Swiggy or Zomato, Shiryu. Most of you have seen it. It is a small group of women entrepreneurs. The food is being cooked at their home. Based on our order, they cook the food and deliver. That means I am capable of doing certain things. So, order comes to me. I don't require any much of infrastructure. Today, I'm going to cook these things. So, I'll put it on the web, Zomato or Swiggy. Then automatically, based on the order, I freshly make it and sell it. Have a look at it, Shiryu. You require Andhra food, North Indian, South Indian, any cuisines. You may be having experience and expertise on it. Okay, I'm not going to take much time. Becoming employers, not just employees, is the order of the day. If our students combine digital skills, ethical thinking, sustainability, mindset, they will not wait for opportunities, they will create them. They will generate employment, build responsible organizations, contribute meaningfully to the society. I'm going to end with a small powerful thought. If we can manage our day with discipline, if we can use technology with responsibility, and if you can think beyond profit to purpose, you're already on the path to becoming an entrepreneur. The future does not belong to those who merely adopt the change. It belongs to those who shape the change ethically and sustainability. And I thank once again the organizers for giving this opportunity. I wish the conference is going to be a successful one and deliberations are going to be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Your words have added great value to this gathering. We also thank you very much, sir, for sponsoring us for the international conference. I now invite Mr. T. Udaykant, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Management, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, to present the profile of Senior Professor D. Sri Ramlu, our esteemed guest of honor.
Good morning all. I take this opportunity to present the profile of guest of honor, Senior Professor D. Sri Ramlu.
Professor Ramlu is a distinguished academician with over 28 years of experience in teaching and research in general and marketing management at the Department of Business Management, University College for Women, UCC and BL, Osmania University, Hyderabad. He holds a PhD in Business Management and an MBA both from Osmania University, along with an LLB reflecting a strong interdisciplinary foundation. Professor Ramlu has guided 31 PhDs, 6 postdoctoral and 7 MPhil research scholars, led by 2 major research projects and published 107 academic and research articles, 9 books with reputed publishers and 3 book chapters or edited volumes. He has also chaired and presented at 5 international and 10 national conferences, received 7 prestigious awards and honors, and held administrative responsibilities for 12 years in addition to active membership in 13 professional and academic bodies. Thank you.
With great respect, I invite Senior Professor Ramlu, guest of honor, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Prof. Respected His Eminency, Cardinal Pula Anthony, Chairman and Archbishop of Hyderabad and Deccan, Father V. Balashwari, Vice Chairman, Father Anthony, Principal, Mr. Anil Kumar Soni, Chief Guest of today's, Dr. Durga Prasad, well-wisher and friend, and recently I received Best Teacher as well as that gold medal from his aims. So thank you so much, sir. Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, sir, Dr. ULTP Gunashekaran, Kelaniya University, Sri Lanka. Last August 10 to 15 we are with you, madam, and we have discussed with your Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar. Father Pranit, Vice Principal, and today's most important and proud alumni of Osmania University, Professor Srinivas, Convenor, very hard and smart work, and Dean Management, Professor Vinay Sheila, Head Ganesh, and all the faculty members of management and computer science, and my dear participants and dear students. Happy morning, you all. Happy morning. Yeah. And dear students, especially students and participants all are younger, so please stand up, only few minutes. Yeah, please stand up. Small exercise for you, not big. Even participants, you are all younger. Okay, right? Okay, right. So, dear student, first give 3 claps to your parents who given life to you. 1, 2, 3. Next, another 3 claps to your teachers who nurtured your life from nursery to MBA and MCA. Now 3 claps you have to give to the great country, Mera Bharat Mahan. Now you have to give the another 3 claps to the great world and gold university, Osmania University with 109 years, 55 years of MBA department, and 29 years of St. Joseph College of Management. Now, 3 claps for you. Right? Please take your seats. Right. So here, due to the time and everything, because I have to attend the important meeting, I am representing 3 universities. Today we have that brainstorming sessions with Telangana Council for Higher Education. So I have to go, but I have I took permission by your AI. Another 15 minutes I will be, or if you permit after my speech, with your permission I want to go and I want to represent the Telangana Council for Higher Education. Now if you take that Telangana, we have that 40 universities, public and private, 14 public universities, remaining private universities. And if you take that composition, MA, MCom, MSc, MA Education, Social Works, seats are 50,000, Applicants are 45,000, including MBA integrated 5 years. Now you are coming to take MBA and MCA. 90,000 applicants and vacancies are 13,000. So here you should move. The takers, the students moving for where? If you believe or not believe, this age belongs to the management. This age belongs to the management, if you believe or not. Because we have that 744 affiliated colleges under the umbrella of Great Usman University, 328 BBA colleges and 128 MBA colleges. With this we can say that we are market leader, especially producing of the students and generating the employment opportunity also. If you take the employment, like my own department, 7 lakhs is minimum and 25 lakhs is maximum. Like even St. Joseph also performing very well. And among the 128 colleges, St. Joseph have the good name, frame and good brand. Now if you take the, what is contribution? Because subject by the chief guest and our Durga Raos are already told. So I want to say that macro, because we have the counterpart from the Sri Lanka, another young professor from the Tamil Nadu and other. What the management departments doing? We have that past 2 or 3 important, like basically that MBA analytics, MBA marketing, MBA finance, MBA HR, but motherland required more and more entrepreneur. So 2 years before we started MBA entrepreneurship. Why? Everybody asks jobs only, but who create jobs? That's why that we started. And besides that, now every Indians are happy, safe side. So credits goes to who? Normally defense forces. Then here my chief guest may be Arjun. Saab aapka kya mulakat hai? Hamara mulakat hai sir. Because we have that College of Defense Management. In total SAARC countries, only one defense management. That is in Hyderabad. We have association with that. So any officer of defense like Air, Navy and Indian Army, first they will come and they will pursue course called MMS, Master of Management Service, and total India we are offering that. So are you proud or not? Especially my student, you should proud. Next we will give to the MPhil degree, but up to last year now there is no MPhil. Then we are giving every year 10 PhD seats to the like brigadiers, major generals, commandants are our students. So like we are helping our defense forces to safeguard the nation. Next thing that my friend Durga Rao sir, yeah, you are bothering about time sir, right, even I also. Now everybody happy or then credits go to the law and order. Then what is the contribution of Usman University, especially management department? We have the police academy called Sardar Vallabhbhai Police Academy. Any IPS of this country, great country, nurtured by again management department of Usman University. Their syllabus we will prepare, examination we will conduct, and degree we will award. So dear students, are you happy or not? Especially St. Joseph's, you should happy because what we are doing, you should aware about that. Next thing that everybody talks about many things, but health is wealth, everybody say that. That's why that we have courses called that health management with 5 premier hospitals like Apollo, OIC, etc. Next, now the age of the tourism and travel. 42 countries are depend upon the tourism. That's why we started MBA tourism and travel management. This very upcoming course. And another that technology management. Even IMs not started, but Usmania started. Usmania MBA we started. And last 20 years we are nurturing and day as well that executive. Now, Reverend Father, we are doing test marketing and marketing because I am marketing professor. Now everybody that you will learn, because our management philosophy say that profit maximization, now we are saying that wealth maximization. But beside that, we are missing something. That is happiness. So Harvard University, they have the happiness. In Indian kind, Usman University, we are doing the test marketing with happiness management. And last 2 years, we are doing the happiness management. Few courses we adopted, we launched successfully there, student enrollment and student attendance that 99%. And next year onwards, Srinivas, you should incorporate universal bus because you are autonomous college. And all the Usmanians and Telangana, we are enforcing the happiness management. At the end of life, what you required, you may be earning crores of rupees. But what is the thing ultimate? Because we have the life stories of feel touch, feel heaven, but actually heaven or hell, that you know that. Because the case studies of Dr. Reddy's and everything, you know, sir. So ultimate thing that happiness is required. So that again the management we are doing. Like any warfare, again start with the MBA marketing. Like now, Middle East war or other. So controversial part I don't want to go, right? But many things are, I want to say that. But among the 744 colleges, I appreciate St. Joseph College, St. Joseph Degree and PG College. You've chosen a title which is very relevant, very significant and very dynamic. And before choosing that, our alumni, Srinivas, came and met us. He said, sir, you should be there. Yes, we will be there because you are our alumni. Number two, that a title is very good. Up to now being a dean, I addressed more than 60 national and international conferences. But the title is very good, so give good claps to St. Joseph's Degree and PG College and the management, principal and young boy Srinivas. Is our PhD, that's why that, and here many faculty members, 90% of our management research scholars are now they are PhD and now they are faculty. So we are proud of that. And now if you take that AI related, I don't want to say that one thing, but only one thing, that you have to control the technology. Otherwise, technology play with us. That's the best example, that Robo movie of Rajinikanth or many others. So I don't want to enter because that is the domain of the chief guest and my friend Durga Rao. But most important thing, but nutshell, if you take that, we have that environmental sustainability, ethical, collaborative innovations, and among the 17 sustainability, fourth most important thing, that quality education. The quality education, that is the most important, where we have to stretch there, and we have that good intention in actions, like digital transformations, digital thinking. Next thing, that the data-driven approach, and we have that tools and technology. That's the reason now we have 14 BBAs. This year we started with the 10 colleges, BBA AI. Last week we permitted 5 colleges, BBA AI. And friends, with your everybody's good wishes, now we have the brainstorming session in Sapling, Telangana Council for Higher Education. There we have to bring another 5 important BBAs and something we want to add, something in the MBA there. So these are all the few things. Once again, hearty congratulations to all the organizers and your team, and especially my counterparts from different countries. And I am welcoming you all to please, after this session, you can visit the great university. Madam, we will receive you. You can visit university and all other participants also. But being a marketing professor, I am not giving the warranty, but I am giving guarantee that you will learn, you will acquire knowledge, and you will enrich. So thank you so much, total team, Srinivas, Principal Sir, and Anthony Sir, and everybody. I am so grateful to you, given me opportunity to with you. Thank you once and all.
As a token of our gratitude, as Sir wants to leave, we would like to felicitate you, Sir. May I request our principal to felicitate Sir. With a shawl and memento. Thank you very much, Senior Professor Sri Ramlu sir, for your words. Have added immense value to this event. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. I now invite Mrs. Sandhya to present the profile of Dr. ULTP Priyamati Gunashekari, our special invitee.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, good morning to one and all. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce Professor U.L. Thamara Priyanti Gunasekare. Professor Gunasekare is a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of management, currently serving at the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. With over 2 decades of experience in higher education, she has made significant contributions to teaching, research, curriculum innovation, and academic leadership. She holds a PhD in management from the University of Kelaniya with her doctoral research focusing on leadership in virtual teams within the Sri Lankan BPO sector. Her academic expertise spans human resource management, organizational behavior, leadership, and digital transformation in education. An accomplished researcher, she has published extensively in internationally indexed journals covering areas such as leadership, organizational commitment, gender equity, knowledge management, and financial decision making. She actively contributes to the global academic community as a speaker, reviewer, and conference leader, promoting ethical, sustainable, and people-centric management practices in an increasingly digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I warmly invite Priyamati ma'am to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I will make my speech very short. Anyway, I want some time to tell you the relationship between India and Sri Lanka. It will be most interesting to you. Respected guests, organizers, fellow scholars, dear participants. It's a great honor and privilege to be here in India, a nation with rich intellectual heritage and long-standing tradition of scholarship and innovation. I bring you warm greetings from Sri Lanka, a country known its vibrant culture, resilience, and commitment to education and sustainable development. The relationship between Sri Lanka and India is deeply rooted in history, culture, and shared values. We often regard India as our big brother. Our connections span centuries through trade, religion, language, and intellectual exchange. Today, this relationship continues to strengthen through collaboration in education, technology, research, and economic development. So I'm very happy to be here with. So coming to my main task, actually I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for the honor of being invited to contribute to this important academic dialogue. The theme of this conference, leveraging digital innovation for ethical and sustainable management practices, is not only timely but also critical in shaping the future of organizations and societies. We are living in the era defined by rapid digital transformation. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, blockchain, and digital transformation are fundamentally altering how organizations operate, competing and creating value. So however, this transformation presents a paradox. While digital innovations offer unprecedented opportunities for efficiency, inclusivity and growth, they also raise serious ethical concerns. Data privacy, algorithmic biases, digital inequality and environmental impact. So therefore, the question before us is not merely innovation, but to innovate in an ethical and responsible way. So ethical management in the digital age requires a shift from compliance-based thinking to value-driven leadership. For instance, we have to include all these ethics in our technological designs, decision-making processes, and organizational cultures. We have to consider these things in our various processes in our organizations. So ethical digital management is therefore not an option, but it's a necessary for long-term legitimacy and trust. So there is a task for the leaders. So leadership plays a pivotal role in aligning digital innovation with ethical and sustainable goals. So as leaders, we must foster a culture of integrity and accountability, encourage critical thinking and ethical reflections, invest in digital literacy and responsible innovations. In my own research on leadership, I observed that trust, transparency and communication become more critical in digitally mediated activities. So I can propose a small model for using ethical practices in almost of the organizational processes. We must be responsible, we must be inclusive, and we must be sustainable. So responsibility in digital decisions and actions, inclusivity in bridging the digital divide and promoting ethical access to all, and sustainability not only for environment but also for social well-being. So therefore, based on these three pillars, we can ensure ethical digital transformation. So these three pillars must guide organizations to make ethical policies and work on sustainability. So as academics, scholars, we have some task here. We must promote ethical awareness, advocate sustainable practices and shape policies to ensure responsible innovations. So in a short message, I must say, let us not be passive observers of digital transformation. Instead, let us be active architect of future where technology serves humanity with integrity and purpose. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I wish the conference every success and look forward to the insightful discussions that emerge often regarded with affection as our big brother, often regarded with the affection of everywhere. So thank you very much and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. We are truly grateful. I now invite Mrs. Salome Ronit to present the profile of Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, our keynote speaker.
I take immense pleasure in presenting the profile of Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Dean Center for Teaching and Learning, Ellen Wellinger Institute of Management, Development and Research, V School, Matunga, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Professor Prasad is a seasoned academic leader with over 3 decades of distinguished experience spanning teaching, research, institutional leadership, and academic governance. Sir currently serves as Dean Center for Teaching and Learning at V School, Mumbai, where he drives faculty excellence, pedagogical innovation, and outcome-oriented teaching practices aligned with global standards. Prasad academic excellence has been recognized through multiple honors, including the Best Research Award from Geetham and several distinguished and professional recognitions. He also serves as a jury member for academic awards evaluating faculty and student excellence at institutional and interinstitutional levels. Professor Rao brings a rare balance of intellectual rigor and personal discipline. A fitness and mindful enthusiast, Sir has participated in National Himalayan Trekking Expedition and completed an intensive 10 days Vipassana meditation program. Thank you.
It is now my honor to invite Professor S.S. Prasad Rao to deliver the keynote address.
Yeah. Very good morning to everyone. Very happy to see a galaxy of leaders here. Everyone is an accomplished, professional here. Whatever we talk may not be, convincing them because everybody has brought a lot of value addition here. Happy to be part of this wonderful occasion. And happy to see more than 60% of the women participation in this, international conference. Of course, student strength also is increasing. Earlier, 20% or 10% or 15%. But now, more than 40 to 50% in every classroom, girls. That's an amazing thing. See, we are talking about the technology we should use responsibly. But there is already responsibility on us to encourage the women participation everywhere, and it is happening. And one unique thing, normally every time we see a cameraman, a camera person, don't say cameraman, first time I saw a girl managing the videography of this person. That's an amazing thing. What else you want for empowerment? Everything is going on very good, but still there is a lot we need to do. See, friends, the intellectual capital of the institutes, of various institutions, and the young minds, the dearest students. Very good morning once again. Abhi picture baki hai. We are going to discuss long, during the panel discussion. But something I need to give from my own side. This gyan is expected from all of you. So I wish to make only 2 minutes and 10-point agenda for these 3 days conference. Earlier, there used to be a WhatsApp share. Artificial intelligence, natural stupidity. People used to laugh. Artificial intelligence, but natural stupidity. But unfortunately, the artificial intelligence is beyond natural stupidity. It's entering, it is like an elephant in the room. Unfortunately, we are not recognizing. It is the order of the day. Everybody has to live with AI. Friends, in an institute where I am coming from, we are worrying about what will be the future. Because we think something, but something is happening. Nobody thought that Strait of Hormuz, they charge fee for passage of the ships today. Suppose tomorrow they charge fee for the data cables being run from the Strait of Hormuz. Imagine. Now we are all enjoying the democratization of technology, democratization of data, calls unlimited, data is limited of course. Like that we are doing. So what happens tomorrow? Nobody has a clue. Okay, so 10-point agenda I would like to mention now for the time being. The rest we can discuss during the panel sessions. Number 1, institutionalization of ethical digital governance. Number 2, make transparency as non-negotiable. We don't have any other choice. We need to accept. Third one, commit to responsible AI. I'm very happy to see many people talking about responsible AI. That's an amazing thing. Number 4, measure what truly matters. Sustainability cannot remain a slogan. Okay, actually what gets, measured gets managed. So measurement is very important. That's why we talk about outcome-based education. Okay. Then the 5th point is protect data as a moral responsibility. Responsible AI, responsible data, data privilege. And 6th one, embrace inclusivity through digital platforms. And 7, reduce our digital carbon footprint. That's why most of the institutions are now encouraging hybrid mode of delivery. And build a culture of responsible innovation. Innovation cannot be preached, okay? And align with global sustainability frameworks. And the last and very important thing is institutionalize continuous review and improvement. Like financial statements, how we audit, the technology tools, the governance tools should also be audited. And that are the days going to come very shortly, and we are going to witness it. We cannot escape from this technology. Technological disruptions are happening like anything. That's why people used to talk about skills earlier. Now they are talking about micro skills. Say for example, communication is a skill, but active listening is a micro skill. Every note in the music adds a lot of value. Every skill in the total, carrying of the work is very, very important. That is what we are going to witness. As I told you, the picture is abhi baki hai. We are going to continue our discussion during the panel discussions. Thank you very much, and I congratulate the team for well begun is half done. It is more than half done because already inputs are open. Okay, in syllabus, most of the teachers, once we read the syllabus is over. The rest is only discussions. So syllabus is over, discussions are in due. Thank you very much once again.
We sincerely thank you, sir, as your knowledge and keynote address has contributed meaningfully for the success of this conference. Your words have provided great depth and direction to this conference. We now move on to a special moment of honor and gratitude, the felicitation of our esteemed dignitaries. It is our privilege to felicitate our distinguished guests who have graced this occasion with their presence and wisdom. For the felicitation of His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, I invite Monsignor Balashwari, Patron Vice Chairman Hayes, along with the Principal and Vice Principal, to kindly come forward and felicitate His Eminence. Thank you, Fathers. It is now our privilege to felicitate Monsignor Balashwari. May I respectfully invite His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony to graciously do the honors. Thank you very much. May I now invite the Principal and Vice Principal to kindly honor our Chief Guest, Mr. Amit Kumar Soni. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Give a big round of applause, please. Thank you. May I also request Principal and Vice Principal to graciously felicitate Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Guest of Honor. I would also request Fathers to graciously felicitate Dr. U.L.T.P. Priyamati Gunashekare, special invitee. Ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am, for your presence. We would also like to felicitate Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, keynote speaker for the International Conference. As we come to the end of this inaugural session, I now invite Professor R. Anita, Controller of Examinations, to propose the word of thanks. Good morning, respected His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Archbishop of Hyderabad and Chairman, Hyderabad Archdiocese Education Society, respected Monsignor Balashwari, Vice Chairman Hayes, Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, Principal, Reverend Father A. Pranit, Vice Principal, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, respected speakers, faculty members, research scholars, participants, and my dear students. I, Professor R. Anita, Controller of Examinations, on the behalf of St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad, and the organizing committee of 3-day International Conference on Leveraging Digital Innovations for Ethical and Sustainable Management Practices in collaboration with AIMS, Osmania University, and Congo, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. At the outset, I humbly thank the Almighty for His abundant blessings in making this inaugural event successful and meaningful. I offer our deepest sense of gratitude, our Chief Patron, His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, for his gracious presence, inspiring presidential address, and for formally inaugurating this conference. Your blessings, vision, and guidance are truly invaluable to us, Your Eminence. Thank you, Your Eminence. We are profoundly thankful to our patron, Monsignor Balashwari, for his continued encouragement and his thoughtful address. I extend my sincere appreciation to our chief guest, Amit Kumar Soni, co-founder midax.ai, for his insightful and thought-provoking address that has set a meaningful tone for this conference. Our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished guests of honor, Dr. C.H.S. Durga Prasad, Executive Director, AIMS, for giving an overview of the activities of AIMS, financially supporting our conference and sharing his valuable perspectives on ethics and sustainability. And our another guest of honor, Professor D.C. Ramlu, Dean, Faculty of Business Management, Osmania University, for sharing the OU contribution to society and then stressing on the quality education and for his presence. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our special invitee, Dr. U.L.T.V. Gunashekare, Professor, Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, University of Kenya, Sri Lanka, for our valuable insights, global outlook, and presence. Our keynote speaker, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Dean Center for Teaching and Learning from Wellington Institute of Management, Mumbai, for his enlightening insights and presenting the 10-point agenda for the 3-day conference. Thank you, sir. I place on record our deep appreciation to our principal, Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, for his constant support and encouragement and leadership in making this conference a reality. A special word of thanks to our Vice Principal, Father A. Pranit, for his guidance and thoughtful concluding remarks. I thank the welcome dance in charges, stage in charges, choir in charges for their support. My sincere thanks to the convener, Dr. N. Srinivas, for clearly articulating the objectives, the significance of this conference, and the schedule of the 3-day program. I also extend my appreciation for organizing committee members, all faculty members and student volunteers whose tireless efforts and teamwork has ensured the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. I also thank all our sponsors, AIMS, Indian Overseas Bank, Miles Education and the Career Valley for supporting financially this conference. With this, I once again express my sincere gratitude to each one of you for your gracious presence and valuable contribution. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. With this, I, Professor Dr. Dhanam, conclude today's inaugural session. Wishing you all a very enriching, insightful and successful conference ahead. Thank you very much. Kindly note, we will have a break now before we start off the next session. We have arranged for tea in 4th floor corridor. Kindly move ahead to the 4th floor corridor to have your tea, and kindly come back, assemble after 10 minutes. It's only a short break of 10 minutes. Sharp 11:45 we would begin again.
Okay. So if Capgemini has a requirement, they'll do it. But the startups, they're not doing
future business. Leaders are shaped. Here, learning goes beyond confidence and a strong foundation for the future. Behind every successful student, there is a team of dedicated members. At St. Joseph's, our faculty regularly come together in discussions to design updated
Please setting up substance copies.
to ensure every student receives practical and relevant knowledge. Our professors are not just teachers, they are mentors, guides, and leaders who support you at every step of your journey. In BBA Business Analytics, you learn to understand and analyze data using tools like Excel and SPSS. You will transform numbers into meaningful insights and smart business decisions. This program prepares you to solve real-world problems and become a data-driven professional. BBA Information Technology. Business meets modern technology. You will learn database systems, business applications, and digital operations. This program helps you become a bridge between business management in BBA Financial Markets.
Mic check, mic check. Yeah.
Good morning, one and all. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and respected participants. I, Dr. Samira, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Management, deemed it as my privilege and honor to warmly welcome you to this panel discussion as part of 3-day international conference on leveraging digital innovations for ethical and sustainable management practices. Today's theme, Reimagining Governance in Digital Age, is both timely as well as transformative as we navigate an era defined by rapid technological advancement. Governance systems across the globe are undergoing profound shifts. However, with these opportunities come critical challenges, issues such as data privacy, ethical use of technology, digital inclusivity, and regulatory frameworks demand careful consideration. We are honored to have with us an esteemed panel of experts who bring diverse perspectives from academia, industry, and policy making. Their insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and promote meaningful dialogue on how governance can evolve to meet the demands of digital age. I encourage all participants to actively engage, reflect, and contribute to this important conversation. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish you an engaging and thought-provoking session. I now request my respected panelists to kindly grace the dais. I now invite Mr. Chetan Srivastava onto the dais. We welcome you, sir. I now request Mr. Prabhakar Reddy, sir, to welcome Mr. Chetan Srivastava with the sapling. I now invite our next panelist, Mr. Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, onto the dais. I now request Professor R. Anita, Controller of Examinations, to welcome Sir with the sapling. I now invite Mr. Muparapu Vamsi Krishna to grace the dais. I now request Professor N. Srinivas to welcome him with the sapling. I now invite Mr. Sandeep Arora to kindly grace the dais. I now request our HOD, Mr. Ganesh Anand, to present him with the sapling. I now invite the moderator of our panel discussion, Professor A. Patrick, to kindly grace the dais. I now request Professor Dhanam Teresa ma'am to present him with the sapling. Thank you to the panelists. It's time for introducing our esteemed panelist for the day. I now invite Mrs. Sandhya to kindly introduce Mr. Chetan Srivastava.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone over here. It gives me an immense pleasure to present the profile of Professor Chetan Srivastava. Professor Chetan Srivastava is a professor at the School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, with over 25 years of professional experience. He currently serves as chairman of the Placement Guidance and Advisory Bureau and coordinator for MBA and distance education programs. He has previously held key leadership roles, including Director, Office for International Affairs, and Proctor at the university. He holds multiple qualifications, including MBA, Marketing, HRM, Systems, PhD in Business Management from Osmania University, and certifications in Computer Applications and Software Development. Notably, he was among the youngest PhD holders in his faculty. An award-winning academic, he has received several prestigious recognitions, including the Academician Excellence Award and Outstanding Management Teacher Award. He is widely invited as a keynote speaker, panelist, and session chair at national and international forums. Professor Srivastava has authored books and published around 45 research papers in reputed journals. He has guided 9 PhD scholars and actively contributes to academic boards, editorial committees, and curriculum development. His areas of expertise include marketing, HRM, and systems management. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Professor Vani ma'am to introduce our next panelist, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, one and all. It's my privilege to present the profile of Professor S.S. Prasad Rao. Sir is an accomplished academic leader with over 30 years of experience in teaching, research, and institutional development. As Dean at B School, he leads initiatives in faculty development, pedagogical innovation, and outcome-based education aligned with global standards. Thank you, sir. We welcome for the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Ms. Pallavi to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Murupuvamsi Krishna, sir. Our next panelist brings a wealth of experience that bridges the gap between theory and practice. Good afternoon, one and all. It's my privilege to introduce the profile of Mr. Vamsi Krishna. He is an experiential learning innovator and curriculum strategist. Brings PI to redefine education through simulation-driven learning powered by AI. His work focuses on bridging the gap between the theoretical knowledge and real-world application, enabling students to learn by doing rather than memorizing. Though PI he is designing scalable industry-aligned learning ecosystem that combine technology, global exposure, and hands-on experience aimed at transforming how students in India develop skills, think critically, and prepare for the future. To lead us deeper into today's discussion, please welcome Sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Mrs. Shweta, Placement Officer, to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Arora.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to read the profile of Mr. Sandeep Arora. Mr. Sandeep Arora is a senior technology leader and vice president at Capgemini, where he leads the telecommunications platform practice, focusing on AI-driven digital connectivity and next-generation network solutions that drive sustainable global growth. With extensive experience across large enterprises and startups, he has built and scaled product and engineering teams, modernized core platforms, and led go-to-market transformations in the telecom and digital infrastructure space. He is known for his ability to translate emerging technologies, especially AI and digital connectivity innovations, into scalable products, platforms, and commercial strategies. A recognized voice on digital infrastructure and innovation, Sandeep regularly engages with industry leaders, policymakers, and academia to shape conversations around large-scale technology adoption and industry transformation. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Mrs. K. Sandhya to introduce our next panelist, Professor A. Patrick, who is the moderator of the session 2.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon once again. I take this opportunity to introduce Professor A. Patrick. Professor A. Patrick is a professor in the Department of Commerce at Osmania University, currently serves as Public Relations Officer and Chairman, Board of Studies in Commerce. He holds MCom, MBA and PhD degrees with NET qualifications in Commerce and Management, along with a Bachelor of Christian Studies from Serampore University. With over 27 years of experience in postgraduate teaching and corporate training, he has held several key academic and administrative roles, including additional control of examinations and joint director of admissions at Osmania University. He also has taught internationally at Arba Minj University, Ethiopia. Professor Patrick has contributed significantly to digital education through MOOC development under Swayam and content translation initiatives. He is a seasoned corporate trainer, having worked with premier institutions such as ISRO, ESCI, NATFM, and ICAI. An active researcher and author, he has published books and research papers and has guided multiple PhD scholars. He is a recipient of IPA Best Commerce Faculty Award and has completed advanced leadership training internationally. His areas of expertise including accounting, marketing, strategic management, quantitative techniques, research methodology, and soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now hand over the session to the moderator of the panel, Professor Patrick, sir. We look forward to a very enriching and engaging panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the technical team for trying to clear up this issue or a glitch that was there with the microphone. And, I would request the students to settle down. Few things we will make it very clear. I think first things first, if you look at the student community, this is the first time in the history of mankind that you find that parents are better off in IQ compared to the students and the children. Right? That's where we look at the mental health quotient of the young ones are very poor. And one of the things that are to be blamed is to do with the screen time. There's plenty of phubbing. So the thing is, you give more importance to the smartphone than the person in front of you. A lot of learning is happening between the 2 ears in terms of the AirPods and the 2 fingers. When I'm still speaking, I think the table has got 3 or 4 girls who are very busy phubbing around there. So the thing is, I'll tell you, the panel discussion is going live and it's not meant only for the 4 or 5 people to talk among themselves. They say that if you go about with spending days together in the library, to what amount of value addition comes, but when you spend time with the wise person, I think you gain in or tap into the wealth of their experience. And I'm really happy. I was just sharing with Anita ma'am, I asked her how many years you've been in this college. I think she has hit the silver jubilee. Prabhakar Reddy sir is known very well for very long. Many other people. Dhanam ma'am, if I miss her name, and she would again point out to me there. So the thing is, what I'm trying to tell is I'm happy that both the representatives of Sri Mao Bandaranayake are here from Sri Lanka. And we are happy here to go about with throwing a light on some of the topics that have been given. And first thing, I need to thank Prasad sir. Normally the keynote addresses are very long. So when he said that keynote is to start, I was stunned when he said 2 minutes and 10 points. And we wish that we go about with having a similar kind of a thing in this panel discussion as well. So God has endowed us with 2 ears and 1 mouth. So communication got to be in the ratio of 2:1. And this time I tell you it's more about listening from the audience, and we would give you time at the end based on whatever things come. And at times when their words reach your ears, if you're really thinking and involved and engrossed, what happens is you end up asking questions. So spare your questions, spare your thoughts for the last 15 minutes. And thanks a lot to my friend Dr. Srinivasan Aganuri sir. I think it's more than 3 times I've come every year. An international conference is held, I'm here. And I think the locations keep changing, that's the only thing. But when you look at the traditional way of trying to do governance, it is a lot of paperwork, plenty of hierarchy, red tapeism, bureaucracy, and a lot of other things. But when you look at the digital age, a lot of things have changed a lot. Now, it comes with a few riders. There are a lot of algorithms, plenty of data. Now, who goes about with controlling the data? I don't know about the young ones. You get your Gmail or a lot of other things free of cost. You're not paying for it. But serving as a PRO, I do get hundreds of photographs and messages into my phone. So I pay for Gmail, I pay for Rediff. I don't think you all pay, you all cross that 5 GB space or something there. I'm still surprised. Long back I opened my Rediff account. I'm married for a little over 23 years now. Still I get spam messages from jeevansati.com, bharatmatrimony.com. You got to question when something is free. Nothing is free in this world. There are no free lunches. Somebody has paid for it. So what is being done with the data? Is somebody trying to compromise with our privacy, selling our data to someone? I mean, you got to look at those ethical issues that are there. And do algorithms always go right? I've worked in the exam branch. So what it means, like somebody gets 40 marks and above is passed. Someone gets 50 and a PhD is passed. And something goes wrong with the programming, then we get with wrong results. So, we do have a galaxy of speakers here. Someone whom I work with and admire a lot for his Microsoft certifications is Chetan sir, who's going to speak. He's been a pro student academic activities he used to handle at HCU. We have just heard Prasad sir, and I tell him, I'm a keen listener. I can tell what I've heard. He said, picture abhi baki hai. So at time, it's time for him to reveal what is the picture. And I was amazed when somebody introduced me to this young lad with a big whiff of hair on his head. I thought he could be a student here. They said, no, he's more into startups, Vamsi here. So he's going to share, and he's going to be an inspirational figure to all the young ones as to how he's trying to leverage on digital era. And we have someone with immense amount of industry experience, Arora sir, who's going to share his insights with us. When we look at a recent change that had happened, my son has purchased a bike. Like I said, we got to go to the RTO office. I still remember we have purchased 2 or 3 two-wheelers in the past. Your joy of buying a two-wheeler is very short-lived. again you have to search for the slots with the RTO office. And there you go, a guy is ready with a graphite pencil and a paper. He'll scribble on the chassis number, and that is what reflects in your RTO book. And you got to pay him a hefty sum. You go to land registration. I've seen the guy is putting an ink to my finger and taking the thumb impressions. You have to pay. I don't know how expensive is tea or coffee. He says 500 for that signature there. But the thing is, there was a pleasant surprise. They said, you don't have to go to the RTO office for the registration and other things there. It will be done in the showroom itself. You will be getting a number. So a lot of things are happening. Now, if it comes to buying on Amazon, Flipkart and other things you find, you just want to buy a basic model of a phone, but someone is selling you the Gorilla Glass, someone is selling you a back cover, someone is selling you insurance, and next time you go to buy, they say that someone who you have purchased last time these things and someone who has purchased these things. So there is all of those algorithm things that are working. So how are our daily things that are there, be it the academics, the corporate or the startup? We have 2 academicians and 2 from the industry here. So I'll be playing the role of a moderator. So I would start first with Arora sir. If you could just tell us how is digital infrastructure, connectivity, we talk about 5G platforms transforming governance models, particularly in an emerging economy like India.
Well, thank you. Thank you for setting that wonderful context, Professor Patrick. A lot of your experience jumps out very clearly. And thank you for having me here. Really appreciate it. So I'll follow what Professor Prasad has started, being super brief. One of the biggest changes in our lifetime is that everything around us that we see is either already connected or is going to get connected very soon. Right? As we speak, there are more than 1 billion internet connections in our country. More than 1 billion. That's no small number. Let that sink in. How many countries around the world can claim that? And what has this internet connectivity, this digital connectivity given us? So the processes which used to be very, very inefficient in the past, and we all grew up I at least grew up in a small city. I've firsthand seen how difficult life can be for very, very basic government services. And this young generation now, you probably haven't experienced it, but things are way better now. Thanks again to this digital infrastructure and internet connectivity which is available at mass in our country. So in a country like India, what that has really given us is a lot of inefficiencies have gone away. And also on the flip side, a lot has also become transparent. Things which used to be very opaque in the past, are now available to each one of us as citizens of the country. So it's a lot of empowerment which has happened in last, I would say, 2 decades or so. Now, while all that digital development is all good, the reality is that our governance, our oversight into all that evolving technology has not really kept pace. And this is something which is not super alarming, I would say. I've been, like Sir said, I've been in technology industry all my career. And I can tell you, we love in the technology world this thing of, every year or so we come up with a new buzzword, a new technology trend, and that's just the nature of the industry. So it's always like, when you have something new, when you figure it out, what all it can do, the governance and, putting guardrails around that comes a bit later. So as we speak, we are in a phase where AI is one of the biggest technology developments of our time. And that is challenging us in a significant way. The biggest challenge I would say of AI really is that all of us need to slightly let go of the habits that we have developed in the past and really, start over. How do I think of a business process completely? How do I rethink the workflow and not just try to retrofit everything which I have done in the past? So, coming back to your question, the short answer really is that while we have seen tremendous progress in digital infrastructure and especially with AI coming in, there is still significant work to be done in laying out the right governance frameworks the answers to that would not be based on how we have governed in the past. The answers are going to be a lot more platform oriented, because the scale when you connect billions of devices, billions of everything around us is humongous for offline way of or past ways of governing things. So we need a major rethink in our governance processes.
Very nice way you have put it, sir. I think I'll switch between the academic and the corporate. So I would ask Professor Chetan Srivastav, sir. Are we moving towards algorithmic or data-driven governance? And what does this mean for accountability?
When you look into the current trends to go in, we are really moving towards data-driven governance. Like for example, our own university, we have implemented e-governance, and we said something called Samartha portal is on. Samartha portal is on, where everything is online, and the decision making happens algorithmic and things to go. It has eased a lot of issues which have been there in the past. Like Sandeep sir was talking about how it has become effectiveness and transparency. We also have something called GEM portal, where we have to have tendering and online purchase and everything to go in by Government of India. So basically what happens is the governance has become more of an algorithmic and things to go in. But issue here is the responsibility. For example, the Samartha portal itself, we have issued student marks because algorithm sometimes goes wrong. When it goes wrong, the students are into some issues to go in, and we need to have a manual intervention to see what's going wrong, what's going on, and we need to correct it. But the responsibility again lies who's going to take up. Now, is it the programmers? Is it the AI? Is it the people who are implementing it? Things to go. But more or less, as Patrick was talking about how the registration is happening of bikes or anything to go in. Now everything is almost like online now. I do most of my transactions and most of my things online, and governance, absolutely everything is data driven today. You don't have to worry about thing to go and filling of your forms. Now even the census, this census is going to be online kind of thing. We can actually get in and fill up our forms, and that would take care of thing to go in. And lot of decisions by the Government of India or any governments to go in, any policy making to happen, is happening through the AI-driven models to go in. But there are some lacunas, but it's only starting to go in. I think maybe next few years, once we mature into these technologies to go in, things will set right. That should be fine.
Thank you so much. So it tells us that we are into a kind of a transition that we are moving from. That is what I get even from Arora sir. Prasad sir is more into administration at the Wellinger Institute in Mumbai. So I will ask Professor S.S. Prasad Rao garu, how should governance frameworks within educational institutions evolve in the digital era?
Yeah, that's a very relevant question today, because friends, if you observe, there are around 5,000 institutions offering management education. Because all of us are in that fraternity, I would like to relate with our own example. Out of 5,000 odd management schools in the country, how many schools are from government? How many are from centrally, references? And how many private institutions offering this kind of education? In public sector, there are some challenges like, architecture, that hierarchy, there are so many issues. They have their own limitations. In private sector, lot of freedom is there, but unfortunately, there is no digital infrastructure built to that extent. So challenges are there everywhere, but how we are able to tackle those challenges and converting that challenges into opportunities, that matters a lot for us. Now, coming to the governance, out of these institutions, around 300 odd, standalone business schools, and around 21, of course, IIMs, they are having amazing infrastructure, everything, and central universities, they have also very good financial strength and intellectual capital, they are able to do, and the autonomy they have. Come to the point, a university, say for example, Osmania University, having around 700 odd, colleges affiliated to them. Out of 700 and odd institutions, Only 27 or 29 institutions are doing, beyond their boundaries, and St. Joseph's is one of them. Imagine, opportunities given to everyone. Democratization of opportunities are happening, but how many are taking advantage? That matters a lot. That's why, leaders are not made. They are actually born in. These kind of things we need to realize. The unleashing the potential is very, very important now. There are so many boundaries, so many, obstacles, and so many challenges. There is no doubt about it. But how we tackle, that's more important for all of us. Right now, I pause it here and listen to the next.
I can just add one thing to what Prasad sir has said. See, in the world we get three kinds of people. There are people who are problem creators, the people who are problem identifiers, and the people who go about with finding solution to the problem. What he said is to tackle the problem. So, young ones, you got to really use your knowledge, your expertise, the inputs that you get from your subjects to be the problem solvers. Just check with World Economic Forum. It tells you what kind of skills you require by 2030, 2040 and 2050. 2050, some of us would have retired, but you all will be in the workforce. You need to go about with really being updated and abreast with what it is. Today there's a lot of talk being made of lower spans of attention, Gen Z. There's only one guy who's Gen Z among us here. So that's Vamsi sir. And there's a lot of talk that is made these days about unicorns, startups, scale up, and a lot of other things there. I'll ask this young lad to tell us, how do startups balance speed, innovation, and governance, especially during the rapid scaling?
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the introduction and laying the foundation for this conversation. Primarily, when we talk about startups, we only talk about scale, okay? How fastly am I growing? How many users am I getting? And at the end of the day, am I being relevant or not? Okay. I believe in a completely different concept, the traditional form of business. How much revenue are you making? How much is your expense? And how much is your profit per head? And how quickly can you scale that profit from ABC to XYZ? Okay, so that's primary role that a business should be focusing on. Profit will come on a later date when we reach GHI or any other place. I do not believe in that concept. So with that understanding as a foundation, speed, resilience and ethics of running a business primarily comes down to leveraging AI in this entire conversation. Startups pivot, okay, ideally 72% of the startups, according to Y Combinator, pivot within the first 6 months of starting, okay, either because of founders or either because the idea has pivoted with new understanding of the market. So speed plays a very important role. I started with something else, with transforming education. In the space of 1 year, I pivoted 3 times in the space of education to come down to simulation learning and exist in this organization, in this level, and actually be relevant. So speed at which we make a change has become a very important role. In countries like India, which is currently developing, you see an obstacle and then you try to make that modification. Okay, you see a lot of congestion in a particular stretch of road. Then after 1 year, 2 years of when the government decides, okay, let me construct a bridge here, and next 1 to 2 years, there's a continued amount of struggle there. But with AI in the picture, with speed, continuancy and everything, it's like building a city like Chandigarh. You plan everything first, how your data flows, how your information flows, how your idea flows, and how all of this plays into one another along with green spaces. What this allows is a much more structured city and much more structure with speed that allows for a longer data-centric decisions that to be made and much more conclusions to be made.
Thank you so much. If I can get some keywords from what he conveyed, the present generation, when they talk about speed, they don't talk about in a different language. They say 3x, 5x, 7x. The pace at which things keep multiplying. And one word is something which I loved with what he shared, was the word called resilience. And another thing is, in the past we used to plan in silos. Now he took the example of Chandigarh to say that how things are done simultaneously, right? So you don't plan in silos or in watertight compartments. That's something which is very amazing, and a lot of things for the young ones to understand and learn from him. Then I'll ask Sandeep sir to share on. Is the challenge today more about access to the digital systems or governance of data and networks? I repeat again, is it the challenge today more about access to the digital systems or governance of data and networks?
All right, so digital also fails sometimes. That's okay. So, access to digital, right? I mean, it sounds simple, but what does this really mean? You mentioned the examples of Rediff, Gmail when you started. So, a lot of the digital infrastructure as we know it is owned by companies which are very global. And there is a good chance, a good chunk of those companies are not based in India. Yeah? A lot of our data relies in cloud infrastructures which are in a house somewhere else. And if there is one thing which our recent geopolitical situation has taught us, the war which is going on in West Asia, is that the disruption in the entire supply chain can be very, very real. Right? Just now we have all heard about the disruption in the oil and the gas supply chain. But we are very close to experiencing disruptions in the internet supply chain, because guess what? Majority of the digital services get transported through the undersea cables. That's how our internet works, folks. And so all the wonderful digital conveniences that you and I are used to enjoying, much of that infrastructure is under the sea. And when wars happen like the one which is happening right now, all that is at risk. So we used to believe for the longest time that the access to digital is all sorted and we all have access to wonderful digital services. But increasingly, there is this concept of sovereignty which has come in. And what does that really mean in simple terms? So today, a lot of the digital services that we rely on are housed somewhere else. Can we now move to an infrastructure in future where a lot of those services could be housed more locally, closer to us? So what used to be a solved problem so far is being rethought of, that we have to rethink the frameworks for the access to digital first. That's number one. Now, once we are able to rethink that, the governance also will need a lot of rethinking as well. So, what does it really mean? How do we really need to think of, the new governance? Now, because of the magnitude of the data and the magnitude of the digital services, the way they are expanding, it's not going to be possible for us to rely on the human forms of governance anymore, right? So one way to think of governance in the newly expanded digital infrastructure is that while we definitely need to think of the strategies and the policies and the plans at a more holistic, more central level, but the execution, the implementation of those governance frameworks really need to be a lot more decentralized. Because these digital platforms, and I'll give you an example from the telecom world, right? You and I are so used to making a simple phone call on WhatsApp, right? But guess what? Behind the scenes, that simple phone call or internet call is traveling through 50 different intermediaries, which, we don't really know. But then the reality is that the digital infrastructure, the way it is distributed, our execution of governance going forward needs to be a lot more decentralized, a lot more ecosystem driven, but at the same time, the formulation of the policies and the strategies really need to be at a higher centralized level. That's what I would do.
So beautifully he had gone about with sharing his insights as to how things need to be worked out with governance and, when we talk about access and other things there. I want any young student to tell, these days we are talking a lot about GST, income tax, GST 2.0. Probably there was Robo 2.0 and there is Durandar 2.0 and there is GST 2.0 now. Now, how many people really pay income tax in this country? Do you have an idea? We are a country of 1.42 billion population. You know, what are the percentage of people who are paying income tax in this country? Any young student? Yeah, go ahead. Can shout out your answer from there. What that? So what is the percentage? You have an idea? Percentage. Out of 1.42 billion?
3%, 5%, 10%.
I'm giving you some answers. Prasad sir, make some wild guesses. Yeah, ma.
6, 7.
Oh, that's very big. I think we would have been another Dubai or any other developed country if it has been 6, 7. The answer is, yeah, anyone else? Yeah? It's lesser than that. It's 2.5%. Sir gave some answers. 2.5%. You know what are the number of people who own mobile phones in this country? Sir was giving some statistics a little while ago. He's from telecom. I think the numbers are much bigger than the population of the country. So digital access is not a problem. Everybody has got 2 SIMs, 2 mobile phones, but when it comes to shelling out things, not many are prepared. Okay? So I would ask Chetan sir, the next thing that is there is, in a digital governance framework, who's responsible when an algorithm makes a flawed decision?
That's very tough to go in to move across. Very relevant also. For example, we know most of the government schemes per se are based on Aadhaar card or any other data to go in. And it's pretty difficult, we know, given the population of country and the data's volume to go in. So AI algorithms are there. You have the programs doing it across. And finally, sometimes, for example, due to an error, some of the people do not get their due. Who is to be blamed? The governments, because they are denying their citizens their policies to go in, or is it the softwares which are doing it? Because when you talk about this, there's governance, one pillar. Second pillar is the corporates who are basically developing these programs to go in, or the algorithm itself, or finally somebody else to be blamed. Now that's a big thing to go in. Governments may say, yeah, come on, I am doing my job well. It is the problem with AI, it's not doing it. So passing on the blame is pretty easy. But when you talk about it to go in, it's like, I have seen sometimes, I just wanted to see how this AI, generative AI is really helping. So I have put in some questions to it. And every time I put a question in a different mode, answers are different. Always. People try it because most of my students here use ChatGPTs or anything to do their work. Check it out. Different models, different kind of things, you get different answer. Now, what is going to be true? Now we talked about extendable AIs. Today we are working on certain things to go in. But when you talk about it, is the government? At the end of the day, we always believe that the one who is working onto it, it's the responsibility of the government to look in, or the body which actually does it to see, and also the people who are the programmers, things to do, because we always say GIGOs, right? What the data goes in, that comes out. So AI works on that. So merely relying on AI would not help, and blaming it also would go in, because at the end of the day, it's your natural intelligence which should do the discretion to go in. So I believe that the government should be responsible for it, more of it.
Thank you. Any young student would tell me, who handles the banking software in this country? I mean, which corporate company handles the entire banking technology, or who handles the income tax portal in this country? It's Infosys. So nice. And for banking, you have Finacle, the software which goes about working. Again, it's from Infosys. Many people were trying to find flaws with the software initially when it was worked, and there were a lot of delays that had happened. Very beautifully you said. I think today among the young ones, we have project work and other things there. You believe automation of the project work can be done by the AI tools. But we have been reminded time and again, it is not automation, it is about augmentation. You should not be AI dependent, you should be AI aware. And very rightly what Chetan sir said, you should never replace your natural thinking or your original thinking. I think no matter what amount of agentic AI or anything will come in, just imagine that another time agentic AI is implemented in this room. I mean, if somebody's come from Sri Lanka or I'm come from Hyderabad here, but sir was saying Hyderabad is getting very hotter these days. So the moment he says that, I think all the ACs will automatically adjust the heat according to his body acclimatization. That is agentic AI. But the thing is, no matter what will happen in future, I think nothing can replace the human thinking. So where do you put it? It's all about, at higher education, what we are expected. That is what I would like to ask sir as well. We are considered to be as producers of knowledge and not consumers of knowledge. And people look to us for solutions to problems. So with that in mind, I would like to ask Prasad sir as to what changes are required in teaching learning systems to incorporate data-driven and technology-enabled governance thinking.
Yeah, that's actually a very challenging issue right now across the institutions, be it Tier 1, Tier 2 or even Tier 3 institutions. Friends, if you wish to be happy, go and see the institutions below you. If you want to be progressive, go and watch the institutions above you. If you want to understand what is happening across and who are your competitors, what is that you need to do? Interact with your own peers. Your peers give you better, competition than anybody else because you are going to compete with your peers. So try to understand the strengths of your own peers. Now, coming back to the question, there are 3 very positive things across the institutions. Number 1, introduction of courses in data analytics and AI, even blockchain. Even the institutions who do not have the competent faculty to teach, even they came forward to offer the courses. Over a period of with our experience, we can reach out to excellence. But initially, who will bell the cat? Who will take the risk? Only teachers. Even every course in India, first teachers are the first hit. They are learning from other institutions or from their own research and then delivering. Over a period of time, they may be reaching the perfection. And I'm telling you, nobody is perfect in the world, including God. That's why there are so many gods and goddesses in the country, in the world. So every god is known for something. We need to understand their strengths and what is that we need to do. So another positive thing is increased use of learning management systems, LMS. Every institute is offering, using LMS softwares. And third major advantage, exposure to case studies on digital enterprises. These 3 are very, very positive. But there are some challenges. I can't say negative. There are challenges. There are 4 important challenges we need to address. Number 1, lack of interdisciplinary integration. Everyone is great, silos, but we need to collaborate, Now that too, this is VUCA world. We do not know which disruption will attack us from which direction. And you cannot go with yesterday's logic for current day's problem solving. When it is not possible for us to do that, let us collaborate with the institutions who are specialized and use their intelligence to tackle this issue. That collaboration is missing. The second challenge is limited practical exposure. Which industry will allow us? Suppose we go and approach, sir, I need internship. Can you please provide me an opportunity? Who will sacrifice his work? Because business is not charity. Business should never be charity. If they do charity, only charity remains, no business and no progress and no wealth generation. We should never blame business because they are making profits. They should make profits. And it is not charity. That charity they can do out of their earnings, a portion of that earnings in the form of CSR, ISR, something like that, that may happen. So second one is limited practical exposure to most of the students. And third challenge is insufficient focus on ethics and accountability. Everyone is using data like anything. I can quote one example. Recently, one of the army generals of a French ship. He was walking, jogging in the ship itself on that terrace, and it is uploaded on Strava. Strava is a software. It tracks your walk, jog, or cycling, even sprint, whatever it is. That physical data is shared. That's actually warship. That should not be revealed to anybody in the world. But unfortunately, because there is no data governance and security, that has been shared on Strava, and most of his friends came to know where he is. Imagine if the security of the nation is collapsed, anything is possible. So what else you want to understand? The losses of unstructured data governance. So that is another challenge. And the most important, outdated syllabus. Now every minute the syllabus is changing. That's why we are not interested in framing the syllabus books and publishing and giving it to students. We are just sharing the outline. And there are two types of evaluation: continuous evaluation and term-end evaluation. Term-end evaluation based on what all the topics we discussed, and continuous evaluation maybe fortnightly or monthly or mid-trimester. So these are the challenges facing and positives also. So we need to understand where we are and how should go forward. And one more important thing, it is not the question of how fastest, how quickest. That are two are very important. I agree with Mr. Vamsi Mukvarapu. I agree. But the current challenge is we should be wisest to use this data. Thank you.
I think he needs applause for that wonderful way he has gone about with sharing all the challenges that are there. But I liked also the role that he said about the teacher. There was one point of time where they said, those who can, they do. Those who can't, they teach. But things have changed over the years. We say those who can, they teach. Those who can't, they go for other professions. Because teaching is the only profession which goes about with shaping all other professions. And today it's all about lifelong learning. So that is where he said that our teacher's role is very pivotal when it comes with shaping the future generation. And we said about case studies. Classroom, we find this as a very big gap because we tend to teach you how to swim without water. So the thing is, when the course is over and we push you into a pool, 9 out of 10 times, I think you sink rather than floating. So if you have to keep afloat, you have to bridge the gap between theory and practice. And that is what it is to do with case study. But I have seen my colleagues in the past misusing case studies also. The day you're not prepared for the class, then you distribute photocopied stuff and say case study. No right and wrong answers, you discuss among yourself, the class is over. No, I think we should be trained on what case studies is and using it in the right way. Wellington is one institute, ICFA is another institute. They use a lot of case studies to bridge the gap between theory and practice. That's very essential in learning. If not, at the end of the day, I think we are creating students who are EPROMs, erasable, programmable, read-only memories. At the end, you have marks on the memo and nothing in the head. So you'll have to go about with working very hard on applying. I don't know how you look at it. There's one word, he summarized everything. Where he said, you talk about the Bloom's taxonomy. Probably we tend to check the lower level, which is on memory. But he said what we require is being wiser, wisdom. And the highest level that you look for in a Bloom's taxonomy or a Dale Stone is talking about wisdom. In Hindi there is a saying, Akalmand ko ishara kafi. Are we creating students of that kind? That's something of a big challenge. And let's ask this young lad, two startups that are there, is there a regulation that is perceived to be a barrier or an enabler in the startup ecosystem?
Perfect. I am poised by these being in the path of the Gen Z. I have to write the minutes of the meeting down to address each and every point very clearly. Or else I do end up missing a couple of points that I want to talk about. Okay, startups at the end of the day are very similar to students, okay? If anything is in their way, they choose to either go around it or ignore it altogether, okay? If anything is a challenge for us, let's just say unnecessary viva that is just conducted because the class was absent or there was a mass bunk, okay? What would the students prefer to do? They would prefer to do a mass bunk again than attend the Viva altogether, right? Startups work in the same way. We see a problem. Is that problem necessary for us to solve right now? Okay? In parts of regulation as well. Can we ignore this regulation, or can we use this regulation is the only question that we are going to ask. If we can ignore it, we'll ignore it and move forward. That's the whole reason startups registered with the government of India right now have a 2 to 3 years of income tax break for all of us. Why is that? Because filing paperwork with the government is also a hindrance for startups, and government is like, okay, we understand this. Okay, we'll support you in this, just no taxes for you for the next 2 to 3 years until you're growing it. And once you are more structured, it will go in your way. Let's talk about enablers now. Okay, in the space of AI, Indian government has issued that any Indian startup in the AI space, if they're building data centers, if they're building certain models within the Indian infrastructure range, they are going to get special subsidies and also cost benefits and also taxation benefits. What this allows when venture capital or crores of money is there with a startup, it allows them to use this regulation to build better, cheaper and much more stronger infrastructure. Okay. Getting a NVIDIA GPU right now takes at least 6 months to 18 months once you place that order and send them that money, okay, on a global level. But once such regulations and enablers are involved, where government and the global companies are collaborating, this becomes much faster. Okay, so startups primarily try to ignore regulation and just do the quickest way possible to survive and sustain. But in certain cases, regulation ends up adding more value to them. Example in fintech industries, where banks, financial moderators, and the startups like Paytm, Google Pay, and PhonePe are working on the regulations curated by these companies, by the bank, by the government itself. Okay, if we ask this question, how does PhonePe, Paytm or Google Pay even make money? They are transferring money from your bank account to the merchant's bank account. That's it at the end of the day. Or your friend's bank account. How are they even making money? It's the regulation that is helping them make money and sustain while providing this service altogether. So therefore, in industries, yes, in certain industries like fintech, finance, and in a regulation industry that targets tier 2, tier 3 to tier 6 India, regulation plays a very big role in how we address a problem. But when you're building a niche solution, government is also understanding that certain regulations need to be smoothened out, eased out, so that one application, one portal is enough for you to just spam into the entire government portal. That's why Udyam was born. One registration is done and you are registered with every portal of the government, and everything is become very easy with that one login. Before you have to have a different login for each and every portal, which created a lot of resistance. Therefore, what happens? Business people reduce. People who choose to do business because of this regulation choose not to show that they are doing business. Okay, so this is why regulation plays a big role, but in many cases it acts as a hindrance as well.
Very beautifully he's gone about with sharing his insights with us. You know, a lot of young ones are there. Srinivas sir is here, Chetan sir has done their job, I did that job. You know, we've had some jobs in academics are very hard. One thankless job which Anita ma'am does is being a controller of exams. I know what amount of effort goes into it. But you know, there's another job that you have where you're a placement officer. Finding jobs is a thankless thing. And I tell you, got to learn from this young lad, because you're not somebody who's seeking a job, you're trying to provide jobs. You're not a job seeker, but a job provider when you go for the startups. And it has got its pack of challenges. At the end of the day, you'll have to look at what is your vision, what is your mission, why were you born. You got to answer these questions before even you venture into business. He was talking about Paytm, Google Pay and all this stuff, right? The UPI stuff. You know, one thing which COVID has really hastened is for us to accept this valid payments and other things there. But then you go to Bangalore, the pushcart vendors, the vegetable vendors, and they say that don't make payments through the online, make it cash. Because you know, some of them had huge tax related things slapped at them. They said we don't want any more of this online payment, we want cash. So the thing is, things are changing, and somebody who goes about with connecting the rural, urban, and all those things, one thing we miss out. He said about 50 different players who go about with connecting when you make one WhatsApp call. I mean, I can't imagine how that happens there. One mobile phone, there are 1800 odd different parts which must sync to work at one point of time. So we can never undermine what is really holding all these things in a digital era. That is to do with the telecom. So I'd like to ask Sandeep sir, if he can throw light on this particular thing. Like, what role can telecom and digital ecosystems play in ensuring inclusive governance for rural and undeserved populations?
Yeah, so inclusivity is a big thing. Again, if you go back tens of years, a lot of us, and we are a very diverse country, right? Significant rural population, significant unconnected population in the past. So one thing which telecom and digital has really enabled is to really connect the unconnected, right? So 1 billion connections that we spoke about earlier. That is one big thing. Secondly, we still are in a situation where there are parts of the country which are still not in the digital realm of things. And now increasingly there is talk of bringing the satellites in. So far we have worked on, if you talk about the telecom, the tower infrastructure. We all see towers close to wherever we live. And that's how we get the connections. That's how digital becomes real in our lives today. But very soon, we will also have satellite connectivity coming in, those parts of the country which are extremely hard to connect today. So one way in which telecom and digital really enable inclusivity is by connecting everybody, which has been a huge undertaking. You would not even believe. I'll give you a data point. Now, before this, I used to work with an organization which had more than 100 billion in revenue. 100 billion revenue. Now, a company of that scale used to spend every year about 20 billion in just laying out cables and cell phone infrastructure. $20 billion every year. Right? So that is the scale of investment which goes behind just one company to make all that digital possible. So enabling inclusivity, of course, has been one big contribution of the telecom industry. Now the second challenge for us, and this is a problem we have not solved, we are increasingly looking at startups to come up with some innovative ideas on that as well, is how do we make sure that the governance of all this digital infrastructure also happens in a way that we don't marginalize a certain section for one reason or the other. One offshoot of the digital and internet connectivity is that we find ourselves in a world where companies have become more powerful than countries. Right? That's one of the biggest realities of our time. That never happened in the history of mankind. Right? It's for the very first time that we find ourselves living in a world where some companies have become ultra powerful. Right? $1 trillion kind of valuations. When I was small, we never heard of that. And that's a reality today. So the next challenge that telecom and the digital industry still has to solve is that the governance and the access which has been enabled so far, remains fairly open, is governed in a way that we don't leave out a certain sections of society inadvertently. Because in future, just having access will not be enough. So today it's a good thing. It's a step plus from where we started. But in future, this digital will mean so many different things. Digital will just not mean basic access. Digital will mean whether you have access to the best AI services on demand or not. And if we build that infrastructure in a way which is being heavily controlled by certain enterprises, is not federated, is not fairly open, then we are sitting at that risk. So attempts are being made to come up with frameworks which are more inclusive, which take the entire ecosystem in account, but we still have significant work to do to solve that.
This is a very powerful statement what he has made, where some companies are getting more powerful than the country itself. I mean, if you can understand the depth of it, I'll tell you, governments can be toppled and many things can happen with such powerful companies that are there. They could dictate things. See, when you look at the word teaching, I was there in one of the leadership programs in Chiang Mai in Thailand many years back. They said if you unscramble it, you get another word called cheating. You get that? And some of the evils that we find in the society, if someone is to be blamed, they said it to the teachers and the parents, right? And I remember as a student, I didn't have a subject to be taught or learned what is called as ethics. But today, for every MBA or a BBA course, or for that matter even a BCom, it is mandatory. We got to teach them what is called as ethics, right? Ethics is very important. But it doesn't mean that a student clearing 100 marks paper and ethics has become ethical. You get that? I mean, if a traffic cop is in the uniform, then it's fine. But if he's in a mufti, I don't mind cutting the traffic signal. If there is an invigilator looking, then I don't copy. But if no one is there, then what am I tempted to do? Now with these things, because when we talk about digital things, there's a lot of unethical things coming in. I would ask my friend from academic, that is Chetan sir, if he can tell us how academic institutions contribute to building ethical and responsible digital governance models, probably crisp answers from now on.
It's a pretty important thing, as Patrick sir was talking about. I still know, when we travel, I usually take late night long drives. That's my usual passion, because that's the time we do give to ourselves. Now while I drive, maybe around 12:30, 1 in the night, I see a lot of traffic signals still working in Hyderabad.
Yes, sir.
Traffic signals are on. I stop when there is red. But I observe people moving around just like that, crossing the signal, and somebody even honks a horn at me saying that, please move, nobody's watching you. Now that's a tough part to go in. So because it's all about your integrity rather than doing it, because I always tell people that if nobody watches you, see there's someone up there who's watching you. That's the most important part to go in. And teachers, the academic institutions have that onus and responsibility where we talk about ethics and things to go on. Just before this program was starting, we have an online recruitment process going on at my university, and I chaired the placements of the university. So we were sending a mail to all the students who are taking the exam that please do not resort to any unethical means, because it's an online unguided or unmonitored test to go in. So please do not do it, and in case we are going to find out that somebody is doing it, we are going to take stringent actions on it, and then we banned for further process of placement and everything to go in. So what happens is the whole onus lies on the teachers to go in. It's not about telling them to be ethical, as the papers where you say score 100% and you still are not ethical. There are a lot of ethical dilemmas to go in. So usually what happens is when we talk about academic institutions, when we move on to this to go in, it's just not about the papers, just not about what you do and teach. The onus lies on how do I talk about living by examples, giving by examples, and things to go in. So students do emulate their teachers, and it all starts with our parents, right, and the first teachers. Most of the times it all starts at your home. So how do we do? And for example, a child does something, and children are given a chocolate and a toffee to keep them quiet. Okay, don't tell to your papa, don't tell to your mama, you get this chocolate to go in. You start that particular ethical practices at home to move on, and academic institutions per se, it gets in where we talk about AI and governance to go in. We start with having interdisciplinary research to go and AI to go in, and also look in how do we talk about ethical AI systems? How do we not compromise on AI kind of thing to go? Just technology is and fine, but how do I not misuse the technology? How do I not work on it to go in? Because basically what happens is the policy research and training the future researchers. Because when we talk about our PhD programs or even the research or the basic programs to go in, how am I teaching my managers to be ethical? We do have a program, the another paper on ethics, but we also would like to tell them that how should you be working ethically, what kind of things to go in. It all starts with working with your DNA, and that's the basic thing to go in. It all works in how teachers do get into the minds of these students, manipulate their DNA in a right way to go in and say that, put that element of ethics, no look for shortcuts, look at long-term kind of thing to go in, and also value for your own self, your family, your society, your country, and above all, the world at large. Because whatever you do, your actions today would impact across the globe. So that kind of thing goes on, and we, many times I tell in my class also, I'm really having a lot of tough time imagining leaving my country in the hands of the current generations. Not to blame them, but it has been the kind of change which has happened. So, ethics have always been compromised, no doubt about it, but in modern times, they are more compromised now. Because you all want fast growth, richness, and abundance of money. Somehow that works. And so that's where things are going. And academic institutions do have a big onus on themselves to ensure that coming generations would work on ethics. And that also works onto the AI models being developed, or programming, and everything to go on. That is the need of the hour. Right. So let us all decide to be ethical. That goes on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chetan sir, for that nice way that you said what is the role played by educational institutions in creating ethical models there. I did get some signals from Srinivas sir. So if there are any questions, can I get one or two questions? Yama, you could take the microphone, you could ask, introduce yourself, tell me which course you're in and to whom you would like to ask a question. Take this. Maybe you can shift to the mic here. Go ahead. You can tell to whom you want to address the question.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. So I am Sri Vaishnavi. I am a student of MBA from St. Joseph's Degree and Teaching College. My question is, any one of the industrialists or either the educators can answer. My first question to the industrialists is, what is your advice to young managers on balancing innovation, sustainability and ethics in corporate roles while also being accountable for their usages?
Who do you want to ask?
Any one of them, either Sandeep sir or Vamshi sir.
Okay. Now that ethics have changed, how do we approach a solution has changed. One simplest way to approach ethics is, if I'm on the opposite side of this, on the receiving side of this, will I entertain this, accept this, or reject this? Okay, it became very rudimentary now. It's 1 or 0. It's not 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. If I'm on the other side, will I accept this, will I entertain this? Does it sit well with the values of accepting this? If I'm paying something for this, will I be okay with a subpar product? No, right? So it became very rudimentary with understanding ethics of doing the right thing or not. Okay, it's very rudimentary at this point of time. Accept it, we have to realize it, and as sir was saying, he's very scared to leave his office to the next generation. Because why? We think differently, we act differently, and our ethics of operating is very different to the generation before us. Again, it all boils down to the use of technology and access to technology all along. But yes, what's right, what's wrong has completely faded away with our generation, and we are rewriting that as we speak. That's why government is also facing a very big problem with saying what's right, what's wrong. How do we regulate this entire process? So yeah, while navigating through corporate world, stop being an executioner, start being a thinker, because AI is going to start executing what you think. Okay, your ability to think changes everything. And how does ethics play in the role? By imagining yourself on the other end, accepting or rejecting that idea. As simple as that.
Please. Earlier there was a saying, set the rules of the game and play. But now you can set your own rules and play. There are no standard rules. Durandar 2 is the best example for that. No publicity, nothing. They said the release date, and everybody is crazy. You know, one day before the movie release, and they made crores of rupees. That is the new rule. Technology is already being democratized, but how you leverage, it all depends on your own integrity and your own roots of the game. Over to Sandeep.
Yeah, I'll just add one more perspective, right? So any young manager looking to get a job and working in that field, you will get a lot of help from AI systems. That's a given, right? That's the world that you are inheriting. But something that you should get used to now is this concept of human-AI chemistry, which will go a long way to help you. You will operate in a team where your team members are not just humans, you will also have digital teammates. So if there is one skill which you could maybe start picking up a lot on before you get into the workforce is to have this comfort level with this human AI chemistry and working with the digital teammates. Call them teammates. They're not agents or assistants anymore. They will be as good by the time you come to the workforce, as good as any other human teammate of yours. Having said that, while all that expertise, digital know-how is available to you, accountability is not going away. So if there is one part of your job description which will not change is accountability squarely is always going to be with you, but for you to exercise that accountability, you will have to be a lot more comfortable working with very, very smart digital teammates. So that's a way to think, about your new job.
I think that's where ethics come into a picture. My other question is for either Chetan sir or Prasad sir. What are the ethical concerns rising from LMS platforms or for some other education for students' privacy and surveillance? And since the climate is VUCA, as Prasad sir was telling, so what are the ethical concerns that we are to see?
The most important ethical concern on learning platforms, LMS or anything to go in is, are students really ethical? That's the first question. Issue is like when nobody is, I was just talking about nobody watches you and go and sometimes my driver tells me, so nobody is watching this, the camera doesn't work, let us go. It's all about it to go in. So LMS, for example, online classes, I'll tell you one toughest example to go in. Often we're talking, so whenever we have an online session, we are forced to take some online sometimes. So all of them are logged in. I always do one thing. I take the names and ask them, are you able to follow? And I don't get an answer. And many of them, they're on. I insist them that please switch on your videos. Now they say that's the problem is bandwidth, internet problem. You get a lot of excuses. The issue is this. It all depends upon because in a class at least we monitor. We see body languages and all. We can see even this session is on. You can see a lot of people doing a lot of their activities. They can do it. But online learning, everything becomes difficult. Examinations also, like you talked about some exams, they also monitor too much. We have corporates who take online exam for their placements also. They monitor your head movements. If you're not into it for some time, you get a mark negative there. So leaving that kind of technology kind of thing to go in, and we take online interviews, offer it for our recruitments for the students into our courses. Now, we have a computer, they are on, and we see the gap, question to this. We understand that they are reading from something. So that kind of thing is the biggest concern.
There are 3-point, solution for this. Number 1, institutionalization of ethical digital governance. Number 1. Number 2, make transparency non-negotiable. Everybody should be transparent, that's it. The tools, the technologies. And the third, more important is commit to responsible AI. Okay, because financial statements are audited. Why can't we audit the algorithms? Why can't we audit the blockchain models? Why can't we audit the digital tools and technologies? Let us do that auditing. These 3 are the 3-point formula for your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think we should put our hands together to applaud Dr. for that wonderful question there. teachers are engaged in laptops, phones, students are engaged in their own way. But somebody is provoked through keen listening, and it takes sometimes to ask a question. It tells is it a stupid question, but when you don't ask it all your life, you remain stupid. So that was wonderful on her part, and really appreciate her being a part of the organizing team. And I'll run short of words to thank my friend who happened to be Sapling scholar. That's how I would recognize him to be, Professor Naganuri Srinivas sir, for giving me an opportunity to be a moderator. There were times that I was a part of the panel, and to keep the ball rolling, it's always tough when you find such luminaries around there. So there is always learning. So it was very balanced to have two from academics, two from industry, different age groups, different cohorts as you put it, and to get the best of the same question, the same concept, the same theme, but how do they think, how do they perceive, and how do they go about when dwelling into the details. You need eye for details, right? So they've shared their experience. So let's put our hands together to applaud these 4 members who have done a wonderful job within the constraints. I think given the time, they will go on and on to share their experience. But, we delay the lunch time, then you get hungry, then you end up getting angry. So we won't do that, and that's what Srinivas sir was reminding. Done. So thank you so much. This ma'am here, a little more time I don't give, I think she'll kick me out of the stage here. She was trying to wind up, she started with the session, and she wants to end with it. So let's give time to her. But only thing is, she was addressing the professors as Mr. So I would only tell that, there's a small thing that is there. You'll get used to it. The day she becomes a professor,
I'll keep that in mind.
I am professor there.
I'll keep that.
Nothing more. Thank you. Done. Srinivas sir.
We are supposed to reach the destination. Our driver should be good. So, good applause for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that insightful and enriching panel discussion. We sincerely appreciate our esteemed panelists and moderator for their valuable perspectives. With this, we move forward to the concluding segment. We'll begin the felicitation part. Now I request our academic advisor, Mr. Prabhakar Reddy sir, to felicitate Professor Chetan Srivastava. Professor Prabhakar Reddy sir, felicitating Professor Chetan Srivastava sir. I remember that sir, that's the reason I called you. I now request Professor R. Anita ma'am to felicitate Mr. Prasad Rao sir. Professor Prasad Rao sir. I now request Professor N. Srinivas sir to facilitate Mr. Sandeep Arora. Felicitate. I now call upon Professor Dhanam Tressa ma'am to felicitate Professor Patrick sir. Professor N. Srinivasa to felicitate Mr. Vamsik Krishna.
Put your hands together for the young man.
Yes, it's time for a group photo. I request Anita ma'am. The delegates also from Sri Lanka, please ma'am come on to the dais. Request Dhanam ma'am to join us. Request Professor Vani ma'am to join us. Thank you everyone. I now call upon Mrs. K. Sandhya, Assistant Professor, to propose a formal word of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests and dear participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor and privilege to propose formal word of thanks for this international conference. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our Bishop, His Eminence Cardinal Pula Anthony, Correspondent Monsignor Reverend Balashwari, Principal Reverend Anthony Sagayaraja, Vice Principal Reverend Praneeth for their encouragement and constant support in conducting international conference. Now I would like to take an opportunity to thank our panelist members, Professor Chetan Srivastava, Mr. Sandeep Arora, Professor S.S. Prasad Rao, Mr. M. Shri Krishna and Patrick, who shared their knowledge, research and expertise with such enthusiasm and clarity. Your contributions have been the backbone of this conference. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Patrick, our moderator, for guiding this panel discussion with such clarity and professionalism. Your thoughtful moderation truly brought out the best in today's discussion. My heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, volunteers, students and technical teams for their tireless efforts, dedication and seamless coordination in making this event a grand success. Finally, we are grateful to everyone who contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this panel discussion. Thank you all.
Request everyone to please fill the feedback form. Lunch is arranged in the ground floor. We'll resume the session post lunch at 2 o'clock for technical session 1. Request everyone to assemble ground floor for lunch. Ground floor canteen.
It's fine. Let it be. Thank you. Mike, someone carry madams. Just hold it. Please come.
Invocation.